Morning, Diddy.
Hi, is this Chris?
Yes, it is.
All right. You are number 2 for item 1.
Okay, thank you.
Brown. Thank you for joining us.
By the way, I tried to sign in with the link, it won't work.
I've heard from one other person who had an issue with that, but he was able to call back to join the link when he tried again. So maybe give it another try if you want. I have a number of people who already joined, so it should be working. Your number is 32 on item 2.
32, okay.
So I'm going to put you on mute shortly, and we'll call your name, and then you'll be able to unmute. If you want to try again and join via WebEx, you'll also be able to turn on your video.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Happy New Year to everyone. My name is Ainsworth Morgan, and I'm the chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. Welcome to this hybrid special meeting of the board to consider the 2023 proposed budget of the Toronto Police Service and the Toronto Police Services Board. We'll start with our land acknowledgement. Although this meeting is taking place virtually, we acknowledge that the land we hold this meeting is traditionally territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuits, and Métis peoples. The board also acknowledges that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13, signed by the Mississaugas of the Credit, and the Williams Treaties, signed by the multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. We would like to for item 1, I know there are some deputants for item number 1. I will ask Derek. I know we're doing that now.
After what happened here the last meeting, this is something that any members are to be voted.
Elected chair or vice chair should know. So this is from Ward versus Quebec, 2021, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, freedom of expression was entrenched in our Constitution and is guaranteed in the Quebec Charter so as to ensure that everyone can manifest their thoughts, opinions, beliefs, indeed all expressions of the heart and mind, however unpopular, distasteful, or contrary to the mainstream. Such protection is, in the words of both the Canadian Quebec Charters, fundamental because in a free, pluralistic, and democratic society, we prize a diversity of ideas and opinions for their inherent value both to the community and to the individual. So I object to Councillor Nunziata being re-elected vice chair, as this is not in the public interest, and these are my reasons. Even after I read Court of Appeal case law here last month that implies calling a government worker a liar is still part of freedom of expression, Chris Langenfeld pointed out that Councillor Nunziata had ignored this and still felt that deputants specifically do not have the right to call government workers liars. When former Chair Jim Hart chose of his own free will to violate the residency requirement rule at the City of Toronto when he moved outside the boundaries, Councillor Nunziata supported Mayor Tory's motions to waive the rules so that Jim Hart could continue as chair. In effect, getting Toronto City Council to vote to not follow their own rules. As a staunch Mayor Tory loyalist, I believe Councillor Nunziata supports the unprecedented power grab that now gives Mayor Tory undemocratic power, which is a problem, since the oath of office she took as a Toronto Police Services Board member includes the passage that I will uphold the Constitution of Canada. The Constitution Act 1982 mentions in Section 1, as can be demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. And as I mentioned at last month's meeting, specifically for Councillor Chang to hear in recognition of her standing up to Mayor Tory's mini dictatorship, reference regarding secession of Quebec 1998, the Supreme Court of Canada said that democracy is commonly understood as being a political system of majority rule. It is my belief and or opinion that Councillor Nunziata is one of these typical government workers who thinks the law applies to everyone else and that they can do whatever they want. I respectfully ask Councillor Nunziata to please resign from this board. In the City of Toronto versus Premier Ford 2018, the Superior Court of Justice said, the case law is clear that the Charter cannot be subdivided into two kinds of guarantees, freedoms and rights. The freedom to do a thing, when guaranteed by the Constitution and interpreted purposefully, implies a right to do it. Hence, I say the right to freedom of expression. In McLaughlin versus Maynard 2017, the Superior Court of Justice said, I'm not quite sure which municipality they're talking about, but this post is directed exclusively at Councillor Edwards. He is referred to as an opportunistic liar. A politician being called dishonest or a liar is now so common in our political discourse that it cannot be seriously suggested that this would be the type of personal attack that might cause serious harm. Freedom of expression is a constitutional right. I think that this is particularly important, that people be free to express their disagreement with the acts or omissions of municipal politicians without fear that they will be sued. This is from City of Toronto versus Premier Ford, the Supreme Court, 2021. That recognition, I'll just skip to the bottom, where it says, the Supreme Court mentioned that, to paraphrase Gertrude Stein, a right is a right is a right. And in Nanaimo, the city of Nanaimo versus Rascal Trucking Limited 2000, the Supreme Court of Canada said that neither experience nor proficiency in municipal law and municipal planning is required to be elected a councillor. Given the relatively broad range of issues that a municipality must address, it is unlikely that most councillors will develop such special expertise, even over an extended period of time. I also have Bracken versus Fort Erie here, but I mentioned this last month, and it's in my written submission. And it's the Court of Appeal case law that, as Chris pointed out, implies that someone who works for the government being called a liar is part of freedom of expression. And I just want to point out that at no point last month did I call Mayor Tory a liar. I simply pointed out that Premier Ford at this town hall for Giorgio Mammoliti 2 terms ago called Mayor Tory a liar. So that's the rest of my time.
Thank you. Any questions to the deputant? I see none. Thank you. We have a second deputant, Doobie, Mr. Langenfeld.
Thank you. And
Chair Morgan, just to let you know, it's very difficult to hear you. Your mic seems to be down a long way. I'd like to begin by raising I guess it's a point of order, or perhaps not. Anyways, the issue here of these budgets in particular being discussed at a special meeting, which has been used to basically prevent the public from seeing the information about the budgets, being able to access the information until less than 72 hours before the meeting was actually held. So if this hadn't been a special meeting, if this had just been a regular meeting, of course the release of the agenda only Tuesday afternoon would have been a violation of the board's bylaws. And so I have to ask if Chair Morgan, if it was your intent to deny the public's right to access information before this board pushed ahead and did the meeting, I'd like to suggest this meeting today should in fact be put off in order to allow the public the full 5 clear business days to review the budget. Moving on to the question of Councillor Nunziata, I was actually surprised that Councillor Nunziata accepted the nomination as vice chair last month. I would have thought she would have had the integrity to simply say that no, the city's municipal code didn't permit her to act as chair, and as I pointed out last month, the requirements of the vice chair, the whole duty of the job is to take over for the chair when needed. So obviously she's not, as Speaker of the city, she's not, or City Council, she's not actually capable of performing the function of taking over the responsibilities of chair. I have to wonder what would happen, for example, if Chair Morgan, you have a conflict of interest on any of the items that come up here and you're required to leave the room. How does the board intend to actually deal with that? Is Councillor Nunziata saying that she intends to ignore her sworn duty to uphold the Toronto Municipal Code, or does she intend instead to fail to do the duty that she agreed to perform as vice chair and take over the operations of the meeting. So I hope that the board will simply have the common sense to nominate somebody else as vice chair for this upcoming year. One other issue in terms of this week or this agenda here for the budgets, and that is the fact that all four budget items are on the agenda as a single item. And in fact, other than the fact that they all involve numbers and dollars, they're completely unrelated. They're different organizations. The board, the service, and the parking enforcement unit are unrelated other than the fact that they happen to have police in the name. And as I say, the items involve budgets, but there's no other relation between the items. They should, in fact, under the board's bylaws and city rules, be separate items. There is no provision in the bylaws for having multiple items dealt with together as one item. Again, this is another feature designed to prevent the public from being able to exercise their rights of free speech, which is, of course, it seems Mr. Teschner's goal here. And I see on the video that he's speaking with you now, Chair Morgan, to, I guess, arrange something. So I would also like to point out that, of course, he's under the Law Society's registration. He's not currently registered to practice law. He's therefore not to be giving legal advice. And so I have to wonder why it is that the city taxpayers are paying for a member of the City of Toronto Legal Services to attend these meetings. We're paying somebody to be there to give legal advice, and yet apparently you get your legal advice, and previous chairs have gotten their legal advice from somebody who's not authorized to give legal advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lagenfeld. Any questions from the board? See none. Thank you. Motion to approve item? No? Sorry. Let's turn this over to Ryan, please. Mr. Teschner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, everybody. As this is the first meeting of the year for the Toronto Police Services Board, the Police Services Act requires that there be an election for chair, and under our bylaws also vice chair. So in accordance with sections 28(1) and 2 of the Police Services Act, which provides that the board is required to elect a chair and vice chair at its first meeting in each year, the board members will elect a chair of the Toronto Police Services Board and will now also elect a vice chair of the Toronto Police Services Board. Following this election, we'll move on to the rest of the business of the meeting. I'll turn it over to the board administrator, Ms. Akim.
Good morning. Happy New Year to you and your families. Since this is the first meeting of the year, and in accordance with subsection 28(1) of the Police Services Act, which provides that the board shall elect the chair at its first meeting in each year, nominations for the position of chair will now be accepted. May I have a nomination, please? Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. May I have a seconder?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'd like to nominate Ainsworth Morgan as chair.
Thank you. May I have a seconder? Thank you, Board Member Kostakis. Are there any further nominations? Thank you. Hearing none, nominations for the position of chair are now closed. Councillor Nunziata nominated Mr. Morgan, which was seconded by Board Member Lisa Kostakis. Mr. Morgan, do you accept the nomination?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Thank you. The nomination carries unanimously. There being only one nomination for the office of chair, Mr. Morgan is the elected chair of the board for the year 2023 and until his successor is appointed. Congratulations, Chair Hart. Sorry, Chair Morgan. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
The board will now have an election for the position of vice chair. In accordance with subsection 28(2) of the Police Services Act, the vice chair shall act as the chair if the chair is absent or if the chair's position is vacant. Nominations for the position of vice chair will now be accepted. Do I have a nomination?
Yes,
Thank
I'd like
you.
to nominate Councilor Nunziata.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder? Thank you. Does the candidate agree to be nominated? Councilor Nunziata? You agree to be nominated?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further nominations? Seeing none, nominations for the position of vice chair will now be closed. Chair Morgan nominated Councilor Nunziata, which was seconded by board member Ann Morgan. Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? The nomination carries unanimously. There being only one nomination for the position of vice chair, Councilor Nunziata has been elected for this position for the year 2023 and until her successor is appointed. Congratulations, Vice Chair Nunziata.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we'd now like to, if there are any declaration of conflict of interest. I see none. I will now turn it over to our Executive Director, Mr. Teschner.
Thank you, Chair, and Happy New Year to everyone. As usual, I'm going to go over some of the meeting logistics for today. Thank you to everyone who's joined us in person, as well as those who have called into this meeting via WebEx. Please note that, as always, this meeting is being live-streamed on the Toronto Police Service YouTube account and will be available there at the conclusion of this meeting. Today with us, we've got Chair Ainsworth Morgan, Vice Chair Francis Nunziata, Member Lisa Kostakis, Member Ann Morgan, Councillor Vincent Crisanti, and Councillor Lily Chang. We also have members of our board office staff, Chief Demkiw, his command team, members of the service, and of course, members of the public. We have individuals who have registered to make deputations, both in person as well as virtually, on our agenda items. And I'll just pause here to say that one of the benefits of evolving alongside the pandemic is the fact that individuals can actually now depute virtually from their home, from their workplace, from another location, and not have to attend in person in order to express themselves and have their voices heard. As per our regular meeting process, deputations will be heard prior to the agenda item being discussed and voted on by board members. When it comes time to do a deputation, those who have registered will be called upon or brought into the meeting by our colleague Du Buchanan-Gisser. As always, deputants will speak, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask them questions. Today, just so everyone is aware in terms of the order of the meeting, we will begin first with presentations on the various budgets that are being proposed, 3 budgets by the service, the operating budget, the capital budget, and the budget for parking enforcement, and a short presentation from myself on the proposed 2023 board budget. After the conclusion of those presentations, the chair will open it up to deputations, both in person and virtually, and we will hear from all deputants, followed by an opportunity for board members to ask questions of staff, of deputants, and then to consider each of the items. Mr. Chair, back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Teschner. Before we begin today's meeting, I would like to pay tribute to OPP Provincial Constable Greg Percella, who was tragically and senselessly killed in the line of duty on December 27th, 2022. His heartbreaking death at just 28 years of age occurred during the very first patrol after passing his probationary period. A loving son and brother, Constable Pachela was deeply devoted to his work, his health, his family, his education, and above all, his family. Constable Pachela loved art, nature, dancing, and gardening, and was proud of his Polish roots. He was a tremendous gifted athlete, a competitive wrestler who also excelled in a number of other sports, including swimming, soccer, track and field, weight training, and rowing. Before becoming a police officer, Constable Pachela was already on the path of serving others, working as a special constable at Queen's Park and as a member of the Canadian Armed Forces. Constable Pachela dreamed of being a police officer from a young age, and in his life was clearly dedicated to the concept of service over self. Known as kind, joyful, polite, and hardworking, compassionate, considerate, and thoughtful, Constable Pachela was highly regarded and respected by his colleagues. His decision to pursue a career in policing was a natural progression in his life and a clear testament to the commitment to duty, integrity, and wanting to do what is right to make a positive difference in the lives of others. Through Constable Pachela's life was tragically cut short far too soon, he left an extraordinary impact on everyone whose path he crossed. Constable Pachela, a hero in life, has left a powerful legacy that will live on in the OPP and in the Barrie community in which he was raised, as well as within the greater policing community. Over the last few months, police in the province and across the country have experienced a number of devastating losses. The series of tragic events has a profound impact on all of those who have taken a vow to serve and protect us. We stand with all members of the policing community as they struggle to grapple with their tremendous grief and anguish. And today we honor Constable Pachela, his fervent dedication to becoming a police officer, his kind and positive nature, his incredible contribution to his community, his remarkable bravery, and his ultimate sacrifice in the name of public safety. Constable Pachela will be remembered both as a hero and as an inspiration. I now ask that we all take a moment of silence to honor Constable Pachela. Thank you. Now I'd like to go through our agenda for today. We have two items, and both are being held. So we will start with our 2023 budget presentation. Turn it over to Chief.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all. I'm pleased to lead off the services presentation of our 2023 budget request. I intend to provide some brief comments to set the stage for what you will hear from various leaders from across the service to detail specific important aspects of these requests. This year's budget request represents the beginning of what is a multi-year plan to begin to create capacity, make much-needed investments in technology, and to adjust to the challenges faced in policing a rapidly growing city with complex public safety issues in an environment of increasing demands for service. This service remains one of the leanest policing organizations on this continent when compared with other large urban police services. In 2021, for every officer in Toronto, there were 598 residents. You will see that ratio from other cities in our materials, but let me mention a few as compared to our one officer to 598 resident ratio. Montreal has one officer for 490 persons. London, England has 1 to 266. Chicago, 1 to 203. We continue to make up a declining share of the city's budget. We calculate that it costs each resident of Toronto about $1 per day to pay for the services we provide. This budget request is fiscally responsible and reflects the three priorities I detailed in my change of command address. Number one, improve trust in and within the service. Number two, accelerate policing reform and further professionalizing the service. Number three, ensure safer communities. Our primary focus this year and in years to come is and will be on core service delivery and the prevention of any further degradation in service. Indeed, we plan to demonstrate improvements in critical aspects of our core service delivery this year. We embrace the notion that we are not the only organization in this city that plays a critical role in ensuring public safety, as we repeatedly demonstrate through our involvement in and commitment to SafeTO and our partnerships with the city and other agencies. We are dedicated to improving outcomes for those in need. Additionally, we have a legal and moral obligation to deliver adequate and effective police services in these areas. Number one, crime prevention. Number two, law enforcement. 3, victim assistance. 4, public order. And 5, emergency response. I believe that we perform well in respect of all these, but we believe we can and should do better. This belief was affirmed and reinforced by the city's Auditor General, where, after an exhaustive and independent review of our 911 operations and our handling of priority calls, she, for only the second time in her career as Auditor General, recommended a staffing increase at the 911 call center. However, she did more than that. She recommended that the lift and shift approach urged by some in respect of funding be rejected, and that a whole-of-government approach be adopted, one where an assessment is made of the needs of every agency or service independently, and that they all be funded adequately. Let me remind us of a couple things she said just a few months ago, and I quote, "It's important to note that in our view, after an extensive amount of time examining the issues highlighted in our projects, that there is no quick fix. A simple lift and shift or transfer of calls and funding from TPS to the city is not the most effective solution and is not enough. Instead, a gradual transition is needed for alternate non-police responses where appropriate, with the shared goal to improve outcomes for the people of Toronto," close quote. She then urged that alternate response be developed and tested and rolled out if the evaluations of them prove positive. I note here that we are fully engaged with the city manager and various city agencies to ensure this is done. But this is not new. The service had already invested significant resources to these types of issues through our MCIT program and the Gerstein Crisis Call Diversion pilot. We have demonstrated a commitment to not just alternate service delivery, but to having better outcomes for people when they need services. The Auditor General then said this, quote, Other factors impacting both TPS and the city should also be considered, including the population growth, the demand level to meet the needs of vulnerable people, strategic priorities, and resourcing to achieve them, as well as other considerations such as the impact of mandated NG 911 requirement, close quote. The last comment she made is one that I urge everyone to remember. Quote, until the alternate responses are effective and available when needed, PRU officers may still be required to attend these calls for service. In addition, we have identified concerns relating to increasing response times and 911 call answering delays. Time that is saved for PRU officers and communications operators can help to address this and other TPS strategic priorities, close quote. So, alternate response models will take time. In the meantime, we are effectively default service providers. Once those models are in place, whatever savings realized need to be reinvested in service priorities to address areas of key concern to the people of Toronto. And we know that response times are a very real concern, not just from the Auditor General's reports, but from our community consultations conducted in our budget process. To be clear, the focus on improving Toronto Police response times is in regards to various types of calls, including those calls where there's the greatest concern for community safety, shootings, assaults in progress, and robberies in progress, to name but a few. My role and goal is not to grow our service for the sake of growing. Over the last 10 years, there have been various modernization and other efforts to reduce or right-size, and we have always sought to make sure that we ask the city to invest in what we need. But when core service delivery metrics tell us that we can't adequately meet the demand in a growing city, we have a responsibility to ask for the investment and resources we need to do just that. This budget gives us the opportunity to start really addressing the issues the Auditor General has shone a light on and that the people of our communities have identified as important to them. It will also hopefully alleviate some of the strain on our officers by providing assistance in carrying the workload associated with our duties. Before I turn things over to our presenters, I would like, Chair, with your indulgence, to thank the entire team who have worked tirelessly in the preparation of this budget request. There are too many to name them all. However, I want to specifically recognize the leadership of Svina Dhaliwal, seated to my right. Integral to the work were Cindy Grant and the team of Anna Chablinskaya, Magda Gesser, Andrew Chernovsky, Sharon Cairns, Denisa Seprasad, and the rest of the budget team. We are also heavily supported by strategy management through the efforts of Rob Johnson and Emily Much. Analytics and innovation played a key role under Marva Carter's leadership. And of course, corporate communications were intimately involved, particularly through the efforts of Allison Sparks and Kevin Masterman. Indeed, Chair, it took a village for this to come together, thanks to the many service leaders across the organization. And with that, I will now ask Acting CAO Svina Dhaliwal to continue with our presentation today.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm just waiting to see if the presentation will be put up, and then we'll get started. Okay, perfect. So today, as the Chief mentioned, we will be presenting a budget that represents a multi-year plan to achieve the right balance of investment in people, building technological capability and capacity, and making changes internally including changes on how we deliver our services in order to most effectively deal and address with the complex community needs and increasing demand in a growing city. This year's presentation will be a little different from previous years in the sense that we'd like to take the opportunity and use today as a bit of an information session and actually talk and go in more depth about the services we do deliver and the impact, so that those listening, watching, and those who are present today can hopefully, after today, have a better sense of where the funding goes outside of individual cost lines. So I will walk through some of the budget context and background, and then Cindy Grant, the Acting Director of Finance and Business Management, will introduce the budget and actually facilitate and coordinate through the rest of the presentation as we talk in depth about the services that we do deliver. So this budget is guided and informed by the service's goals and many reports and directions, such as the Auditor General's findings on 911 and priority response, as well as the board's 81 directions on reform. Its foundation, however, and the chief mentioned this, is built on the adequacy standards in the Police Services Act, which mandate and necessitate the specific activities and services that must be carried out by police. Broadly, this presentation covers the three budgets, operating, capital, and parking. So the operating budget request is 4.3%, which translates to $48 million increase over last year. 90% of this budget is people-related, and it equates to a hiring plan that will see the increase of 200 sworn officers, that's net of separations, as well as an additional 90 special constables and 20 911 operators to, as well as staff to support our major case investigations. It's important to note that any staffing in this budget is direct frontline service delivery facing roles. Our capital plan is a 10-year plan. It's made up of the maintenance and investment in our facilities, IT, fleet, equipment, as well as our communications. These projects are multi-year. Many of them are life cycle replacements. A few notable projects to highlight in the capital budget is funding set aside to move potentially to a new records management solution, which is our main operational system for the service, as well as a new construction for the 41 Division building, which had actually a groundbreaking earlier this year. It's also important to note on capital that spend rate, supply chain disruptions as a result of the pandemic, these are ongoing discussion points, not unique to police, but across the city and in other areas. But this budget does recalibrate the planning assumptions and provide for additional oversight and resources to improve project execution. So overall, the service has understood in recent years that we must continue to challenge ourselves to deliver public safety efficiently and effectively, whether that's leveraging new approaches, technology, looking at different practices, to do as much as possible within the funding provided, and also to consider the most appropriate resources to support the community. And this budget builds on that strong history of cost containment and change. This includes hiring moratoriums that by itself have reduced the budget by $72 million annually at least since 2016, detasking of work and services where civilians at the service, but also even at the city, are now doing the work, reallocating existing resources towards pressing priorities so that each need that emerges does not directly result in a net new budget ask or a net new hiring ask. Even just most recently in 2021 and 2022, all of these reallocation efforts represent at least $30 million of value that would otherwise have needed to have been asked for or hired for to accommodate. And so cumulatively, all of these cost containment efforts translate to more than $400 million since 2016 of cost avoidance. Moreover, in the last 6 years, the average increase for the service has been about 1.8%. 3 times in the last 6 years, the budget actually was 0%, which meant the service absorbed at minimum the collective agreement impact that averages around $20 million a year. As the chief had noted, the service continues to represent a declining share of the city's budget. Currently, policing costs roughly $1 a day for each Toronto resident, approximately $365 a year. That excludes policing and the public safety for those that do come to work, play, visit the city daily and on the weekends. If we were to even keep up with inflation over the years, this cost could have been $79 annually more, which translates to $240 million if we were keeping up with inflation. So the result of all of these changes in cost containment measures is that we are now one of the leanest services in at least North America, likely broadly. We are down 600 officers since 2010, during a time when the city grew by at least 400,000 residents. So this is the equivalent of growing by the size of London, Ontario, which by itself requires about 900 staff to operate. This contrast in particular is very obvious when you compare us to other major cities. And this is an important point because Toronto is a world-class city. It is a tourist hotspot with festivals, parades, sporting events. It invites newcomers and people around the province and around the world. It's the economic engine for Canada. And so daily the city does balloon to almost double its size. And so when you consider cities with other dynamics, as this slide is showing, the one Toronto officer serves about 600 residents. In 2021, it's actually a little bit higher in 2022. And comparing to our closest Canadian cities, that's about 100 or more served, and in some cases, 3 times more served to comparable US cities, or even a city like London, England, that did do significant transformation work over the last number of years. And so while we have made many changes and built a bunch of some capacity, and we also did all that while still investing in key priorities like our neighborhood community officer program. However, the services environment continues to be influenced by evolving demands for policing services and increased workload. Many of these challenges will be discussed and made more plain by our operational leaders when they walk through our services, but ultimately the service only has so much give, and the impact of previous budgets combined with increasing workload and an expectation of ourselves, but also by the board and the community to reform and adopt more progressive approaches, is that we've lost operational flexibility, limiting how nimble and responsive we can be to emerging and unplanned priorities. Compounding this is also the impact on our people. Member wellness is a concern and a strategic focus, and it has to be if we want to attract and retain a workforce that is healthy enough to serve the community effectively. So we are of the view that capacity building efforts need to include investments in resources to ensure service levels are at least maintained and at minimum do not further degrade, especially in terms of emergency response to calls for service that have seen an increase from 13 minutes to 21 minutes. This is consistent with the Auditor General's reports, who, for one, as the chief mentioned, for one of the very few times in her career said, we need to ensure adequate resource levels in priority response and 911 functions. Moreover, she was clear that any changes to alternative service delivery is not just a lift and shift. We need to work with all levels of government to build those channels, build up that capacity to shift some work to other channels. But while that capacity is still being created, calls must still be responded to. This sentiment is also consistent with a public consultation that was independently conducted of 1,500 residents representing postal codes from across the city, that they too expressed concern and desired investment in core service delivery, such as priority response and investigations. So this budget aims to strike the right balance between focusing on core service delivery, investing in people, but also moving towards a different service delivery model, enabled in part through technology as part of a multi-year capacity-creating effort to better accommodate growth and community needs. We will be talking about priority response further, but it's important to note that in this budget, we are still maintaining existing priorities such as road safety, traffic enforcement, and investigating hate crimes. Over and above the hiring that we have and will continue to talk about, this budget includes utilizing all available options to improve response times, including evidence-based deployment, shift schedules, and continuing call diversion efforts. This includes crisis call diversion pilot with the city as well as with the Gerstein Crisis Center, and you will hear that these efforts have already proven successful in narrowing the types of calls where a police response and a non-police response are required. Changes through programs such as the Digital Officer Program, body-worn camera, exploring a new records management system. These are all multi-year efforts, but they have placed the service at the forefront of embracing technology and analytics to drive more effective and strategic use of resources, improved decision-making, improved investigations and their efficiencies, as well as crime prevention, and ultimately achieve greater automation and digitization of work to increase efficiencies. Community trust is a key strategic imperative, and this budget reflects continuing the NCO program, continuing the service-wide strategy to address gun and gang violence, and active participation in SAFE-TO as a whole-of-government approach towards public safety using a public health lens. Our communities have been and will continue to be consulted, including acting on their input as a result of the race-based data findings released last year. And lastly, the service is committed in this budget to the wellness, development, and training of our people for a healthy and professionalized workforce. This includes fostering a positive workplace culture that is then in turn reflected in how we serve the community. I'm now going to turn it over to Cindy Grant to walk us through the details of the budget as well as facilitate a review of the services with our leaders.
Many people look at what the budget buys in terms of services, but this slide shows us a traditional view of the budget with expenditures by different category. Overall, our budget is increasing over last year by $48 million, or 4.3%. An increase that is below the rate of inflation that allows us to begin to address service levels and to be responsive to priorities. But with a budget that's 90% for people, the increase is almost entirely for people-related costs, such as salaries, premium pay, and benefits. The largest increase of which is on collective agreement costs at almost $19 million. Escalating benefit costs for medical, dental, and WSIB are also putting pressure on our budget with more than $5 million increase in terms of non-people related costs, there is a less than 20% increase in this budget to fund contractual and inflationary costs for things like gasoline, uniforms, and computer maintenance contracts. Our budget is primarily funded through taxes, but we do also receive revenues that offset these requirements, including fees, recoveries, and grants. One of the major assumptions that goes into our budget is our staffing plan. This graph shows the number of officers we anticipate having over the next 12 months, considering those that will leave each month and when our recruits that are hired come to the board. It takes 6 months to train our recruits, and so the 120 recruits that you see deployed in February are actually recruits that we hired last August. This year, it's anticipated that 200 officers will retire or leave the service, and so 408 hires are planned to backfill these officers and also to build capacity, with intake classes in April, August, and December. And this is the most that we could hire based on the capacity of the Ontario Police College to train our recruits. So this hiring plan results in 200 more officers than we have today, and we have a plan for allocating these officers, with 162 planning to be allocated to priority response, to allow us to begin to address the degradation of response times, which are currently averaging 21 minutes for the most urgent calls. This is a service level improvement that the public indicated they would like to see in our budget survey, and it also aligns with the findings of the AG's report. 22 officers will be allocated to major case management to bring the service into compliance with provincial adequacy standards of indexing major investigations in the counter case, which is a provincially mandated program. This in turn will contribute to more effective and timely investigations that will promote greater equity for all communities. And finally, 16 officers will be allocated to our neighborhood community officer program for improved mass prevention, bringing the current number of neighborhoods with NCOs from 52 neighborhoods to approximately 56 neighborhoods, and there are 158 defined neighborhoods in the state. Our hiring plan for civilians includes an increase to support our frontline operations. We're adding 90 special constables through the backfill of vacancies to support frontline operations. Our generalist special constables hold roles like court officers and bookers, and they are also utilized in the frontline where they can free up officer time at hospitals, psychiatric facilities, and crime scene security, so officers can perform tasks that can only be performed by an officer. And finally, 20 communications operators will be added to reduce call wait times and to prevent further degradation of service levels. This is also the further recommendations set out by And now, turning to another major cost driver in our budget, premium pay. These costs are incurred when members do overtime and are called back to work, or when it's a report. And this chart shows the inverse relationship between premium pay and staffing levels. And you can see in years where we had low staffing, such as in 2018, premium pay is seen to peak. The red line shows the actual premium pay spending over the years. The green line shows our actual budget. And the gap between these two lines reveals that our premium pay has been historically underfunded, with premium pay budgets being reduced to contain our budget increases over the years. In this budget, we have increased premium pay by $11.6 million, bringing the budget to $58 million. This is about $18 million less than the amount that we anticipated to spend last year. And costs for premium pay are subject to exigencies of policing, and the single largest and unanticipated event can have a big impact on these numbers. For instance, the Freedom Convoy protests that occurred in Toronto resulted in over a $7.5 million impact. This is an area where we need a better balance of the number of staff and premium pay, as high levels of premium pay are unsustainable both from a financial perspective and also for our members' well-being. Aligned with city plans for budget modernization, we are introducing service-based budgeting. Essentially, this is about disclosing our budget in a different way. Rather than just presenting our budget in traditional ways, what we spend our money on, like salaries, supplies, services, in this budget we've included budget allocations by the services that we deliver. This is a number of benefits. It provides more clear communication of what the budget buys in terms of services and service levels. It can enable more strategic conversations about the budget, understanding that changes in funding will impact services and service levels. It also promotes accountability with a greater focus on performance and data to improve services, to deploy our resources, and to evaluate how well we are doing. Finally, it can promote overall increased public trust and confidence by more clearly communicating to taxpayers what their money buys. In defining our key services, we came up with 6 categories that puts the taxpayer at center and shows our budget from the perspective of the citizen receiving the service. Not only have we allocated our budget by these services, but for each of these, designated service leaders and sponsors are evaluating outcomes that we are trying to achieve for the service, performance metrics for decision-making and accountability, resource allocations for the best public safety impact, partnerships, and opportunities for better and more efficient service delivery, including alternative service delivery and technological improvements. And this chart shows just how much our budget is allocated to each of these services. The 3 largest services are our 911 response and patrol, our investigations and victim support, and crime prevention that come in at 39%, 34%, and 12% of our budget respectively. And the remaining 3 services, events and protests, traffic and parking enforcement, and courts and prisoner management, are a smaller portion of the services we deliver at 2%, 5%, and 9% of our budget. In the following slides, we have service leads that have joined us today to provide information on each of these services. And I will now turn it over to Superintendent Justin Vanderveen of Priority Operations to tell you about our 911 response.
Thank you, Director Grant. Good morning. This short presentation will provide a lot of the 911 emergency response continuum that starts when a citizen calls 911 and ends when the police response is completed. Toronto Police are the 911 Public Safety Answering Point, or PSAP, for all emergency services in Toronto. That's police, ambulance, and fire. Our communication services is the busiest PSAP in Canada and fields both emergency and non-emergency calls to service. As you'll see on the next slide, we receive over 5,000 calls per day, or 1.8 million calls per year. The percentage of emergency calls is increasing. 65% of these calls are currently requiring an emergency response. This chart shows the 5-step life cycle of an emergency call for service that police are required to attend to. Some of these calls will also include ambulance or fire, but not all. Non-emergency calls are received in the same process, but are ultimately triaged and assigned lower priorities. Non-emergency calls often sit longer than steps 2 to 3 on this chart, based on available resources. When we break down this call and response cycle into its distinct parts, it becomes easier to see areas that have led to the degradation of service levels and response times. Step 0 to 1, or call wait time, occurs when someone calls 911. There is an internationally accepted standard in time, in seconds, that calls ought to be answered within. Our ability to meet this international standard is directly proportional to the volume of calls being received and the number of communication operators that are available. Steps 1 to 2, or call taker time, occurs once the call is answered by a TPS communications operator, who establishes the nature and details of the call to determine if an emergency response is required, and if so, by whom. Depending on the call taker will either cooperate with ambulance and/or fire call takers, or in the event that a police-only response, will then transfer the call to a fellow TPS communications operator for dispatching. Once again, the level of service delivery is directly proportional to the availability of communications operators. Steps 2 to 3 are pending time. This step begins from the moment the police dispatcher receives the details of the call until it's assigned to an available police asset, most commonly a uniform priority response unit. The levels of service delivery in this step are also directly proportional to the availability of officers at any given time. Steps 3 to 5 are time on call in this chart. is a dynamic step that involves a wide spectrum of scenarios that involve police officers bringing the emergency to a conclusion and then becoming available for another call. The term patrol includes a wide spectrum of police activities that include proactive and intelligence-led initiatives intended not only to reduce crime, traffic, and disorder issues and increase public safety, but also to enhance the perception of public safety in our communities. With some exceptions, patrol is most often associated with uniformed officers that are also responsible for answering emergency and non-emergency calls for service. This slide contains a visual representation of some of what I just described. The graph on the left illustrates the proportion of the total calls received that are emergency versus non-emergency. The brief dip in calls in 2020 is likely pandemic related. However, we have now returned to pre-pandemic volumes, with the proportion of emergency calls reaching the highest rate in recent years, 65% in 2022. We live in a growing city with growing calls for service. This growth also increases pressures on workloads and has impacted our ability to maintain service levels, in particular response times, which have been steadily degrading since 2010. The middle graph illustrates the relationship between degradation and response times relative to available uniformed officers to answer these calls. The average 2022 response times for priority 1 call, as you heard earlier, 21 minutes. There is a wide cross-section of calls that qualify as priority 1. And these include holdups, shootings, stabbings, persons with a gun, all of which would have average lower response times compared to other priority 1 calls that might take longer, like domestic situations, harassments, or assaults. All are a priority, but would be assessed based on available cars for dispatch according to the greatest risk and the immediate need to preserve life. The last graph indicates the percentage of time the TPS met the international standards set out by NENA, which is the National Emergency Number Association. It says that 90% of all calls to 911 ought to be answered within 15 seconds, and 95% of those calls ought to be answered within 20 seconds. In 2022, the wide range of wait times spanned from no wait time at all to wait times in the range of several minutes. The average wait time in 2022 was 36 seconds. It should be noted that the Auditor General explored this underperformance and degradation of service levels and has recommended a number of actions in both human and technological resources. This slide discusses persons in crisis diversion. 2 pilot programs have been operating in the last year to provide non-police responses to persons in crisis in Toronto. Through a partnership with the Gerstein Crisis Center, since October 2021, there have been crisis workers embedded within our call center, working in collaboration with our call takers and dispatchers to provide non-police responses to persons in crisis, provided that they meet certain safety criteria. This program is currently operating citywide and has diverted 612 calls that met these criteria. In other cases, police co-respond with Gerstein crisis workers 367 times. A second pilot program is the city-led Toronto Community Crisis Service, or TCCS, which began in March 2022. This diversion program involves TPS call takers soft transferring qualifying calls for service to 211. The program is currently being offered in selected areas of the city, and it has resulted in 1,137 events involving persons in crisis that police were not required to attend. While these are relatively small numbers in comparison to the 33,000 calls for persons in crisis received in 2022, the results are very promising in terms of harm reduction and the service's continuous commitment to zero harm and zero deaths involving police and people in crisis. Moving forward, the service's continued commitment to these 2 call diversion programs, the TCCS and the Gerstein pilot. We're committed to implementing better shift schedules to ensure increased availability of priority response units, increasing the capacity for 911 communications operators, special constables, priority response officers to meet call demand and prevent further degradation of response times and call wait times. It's also continued commitment to implement all 51 of the Auditor General's recommendations, using technology as a force multiplier for low priority and low risk calls for service, to sharing SafeTO data, and to sharing race-based data collection and action planning.
Thank you, Superintendent. Next, we have Staff Superintendent Paul McIntyre of Detective Operations to talk about investigations and victim support.
Good morning, everyone. The Investigations and Victim Support section spends approximately $400 million of the TPS budget, for roughly 34%. Toronto police investigations can range from less serious crimes to complex criminal investigations, such as sexual assaults, gun and gang crime, homicides, to name a few. These require specialized responses from accredited investigators with specific related training and experience. Our investigators are investigating complicated frauds, outlaw biker gangs, fugitives illegally in our city. They manage those already on bail, examine crime scenes, gather and assess intelligence. They work collaboratively with municipal, provincial, and federal services and agencies to keep Toronto safe. Investigations and victim support complete thorough, in-depth, specialized investigations, which involve an analytic component to provide both reactive and proactive responses to serious crimes. The highest level of qualified and trained investigators are tasked with conducting all investigations to ensure offenders are identified and brought before the courts. This allows priority response units to focus on 911 response and community policing. Victims are supported with expertise and compassion throughout the entire investigative and judicial process with the goal of limiting further trauma to victims and reducing further victimization. We've had some tremendous successes in 2022. These are very specific by area, and select successes have been identified in the service area document. You can see from the slide some of our high-level successes. We've had the largest single-day drug bust with 189 kilograms of cocaine and 97 kilograms of meth, valued at $58 million. 2 cold case murders dating back to the 1980s were solved using genetic genealogy. Approximately 81% of our 70 homicides in 2022 have been solved thus far. We arrested 107 people in an Ontario-wide online child exploitation investigation. Project Barbell intercepted 62 firearms before they reached Toronto streets. And we continue to civilianize positions wherever possible, such as the crime scene support technicians in FIS. And there are many more successful investigations that kept our city safe. Our investigators attend scenes of crime, analyze and document the scene. They identify victims and witnesses. They identify, find, arrest, and charge suspects. They secure, process, collect, and evaluate evidence to be presented to court. They utilize provincially mandated software to track criminal predatory behavior. They participate in prosecutions and court proceedings, ensure compliance of court orders, provide training and expertise for both internal and external agencies. And they provide relevant information, education to communities as it pertains to public safety, such as auto thefts, carjackings, and most recently, frauds targeting seniors. These successes are coupled with challenges. Shootings continue to occur in our city. In 2022, there was a total of 379 shooting occurrences. That's more than 1 per day. In those occurrences, 192 people were struck by gunfire. Our investigators continue to work diligently on these cases. Overall, we've solved 35% of these occurrences and solved 50% of those cases where people were struck by gunfire. This solve rate is continuously changing from the current and previous years as investigations progress and arrests are made. Our gun and gang and centralized shooting response teams seized 261 firearms in 2022, 229 which were handguns. We continue to see our major crime indicators rise year over year, increasing the workload on our investigators and support staff. What was once a simple crime to investigate now often involves digital, media, and a form of text, video, computer, or DNA in many cases. This makes them more labor-intensive to investigate and disclose at court. Case preparations and the court process is getting more complex. As a result of this high workload, investigations and victim support are faced with the increasingly difficult task of attracting qualified members to apply to specialized investigative units. This is believed to be due, in part, to the high demands placed on investigators to balance an ever-increasing caseload volume, exposure to trauma experienced during these investigations, and ultimately dealing with the risk of high burnout and fatigue. The on-call component can also be an obstacle as it restricts investigators from establishing a healthy work-life and home life balance. Another major issue is a challenge to remain current with investigative equipment, software, and training. Fees associated with investigative equipment, software, and training continue to rise. Members are also challenged to find the time in their schedule to attend external training opportunities. Finally, investigations and victim support have observed a recent trend where community members are less inclined to proactively assist with investigations. The digital age is growing exponentially. Again, it's a double-edged sword for investigators, because while it can yield more evidence to solve crimes, it's painstaking work that leads to more prosecutions. The same principle applies to advancements in DNA. To ensure we continue to investigate crimes professionally, continued investment is required.
Thank you, Staff Superintendent. And now our crime prevention service presentation will be made by Superintendent Leanne Papazuski of Community Partnerships and Engagement.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Crime prevention services involve the delivery of crime prevention initiatives and activities that reduce crime, strengthen community relationships, and increase resiliency and capacity to support safer communities together. We are legally obliged to provide this service under the Police Services Act. Under the Community Safety and Policing Act, all municipalities in Ontario must prepare and adopt a community safety and well-being plan that contributes to the prevention of crimes. We are a lead agency and mandated component of that plan, with a significant role in many areas, particularly relating to gun violence reduction, and multi-sector coordinated approach to crime and disorder and well-being. Measuring success, costing, and putting a value on crime prevention initiatives can be complex. When you delve into this service of crime prevention, you will see that it encompasses far more than one specific area of the service and crosses every service category. Each division, each specialty unit has specific crime prevention initiatives relative to their community and area of expertise. There are too many operational crime prevention programs to discuss today. In this slide, I will note a few of our key initiatives. For our gang exit referral program, our integrated Guns and Gangs Task Force members engage with gang members and those at risk of gang membership to connect with community contacts and offer pathways and alternatives to help them exit the gang lifestyle and provide life skill opportunities. In 2022, 552 referrals were made to the program, and of those, 413 people accepted referrals to community services. Crime prevention awareness campaigns are one way of working with communities to build resiliency and capacity for crime prevention in safer communities. To better address hate crimes, in 2022, the number of officers dedicated to this work full-time increased by 50% from 4 to 6 officers. These officers conduct investigations and provide crime prevention services. We have co-developed campaigns with the community, provided lectures, and conducted training to bring awareness to and encourage reporting of hate crime across all communities. In relation to car thefts, data has shown a significant rise in car thefts and carjacking occurrences that have been experienced in the GTA. While the service has created a team to investigate these, we also have launched joint awareness and prevention campaigns utilizing our GTA partner services for a common, consistent crime prevention message to help prevent these crimes and provide guidance to victims. Engaging our communities is an important part of crime prevention. We are all committed to ongoing engagement and consultation with all of our communities in the city. Currently, this is achieved through our 12 community consultative committees, our 16 community police liaison committees, and numerous advisory panels, including and not limited to the anti-racism and mental health advisory panels. We know that the safety of our communities relies not only on any single entity or interest, and that we are stronger together. We work with our consultative committees to co-design, co-develop, and co-deliver public safety outcomes that are important for our diverse communities. Another key crime prevention program is our auxiliary officer program. We have 300 trained auxiliary officers who provide 60,000 hours of volunteer work in uniform for the city of Toronto on a yearly basis. These auxiliary officers act as a visible uniform presence consistently working with divisions on crime prevention initiatives and have received specific neighborhood officer training for them to assist our NCOs in community work. This training included environmental audits for crime prevention. Audits were previously done exclusively by officers are now also done by volunteers. The service is committed to zero harm, zero death outcomes in responding to person and crisis calls for service. With our mobile crisis intervention teams, a mental health nurse and specialty trained police officer are paired to respond to situations involving individuals experiencing mental health crisis, providing a health professional in real time with an officer. This program was recently expanded for a citywide response. A total of 303 officers have received the NCIT training since the inception of the program. In 2022, 30 NCIT officers received Certified Crisis Intervention Specialist training. This is a competency-based certification in de-escalation and crisis intervention. Our NCIT officers are first in Canada to receive this certification. That said, the capacity of our NCIT program is constrained by the current contractual limitations of our partner agencies. The program is not available 24 hours a day. Beyond the NCIT program, to ensure that officers with enhanced training and mental health response are available 24/7, the role of the Divisional Crisis Support Officer, known as DCSO, was created in 2021. Officers selected to DCSOs receive additional mental health and addiction training and were trained to respond both as a support to the NCIT and as a lead in mental health and addictions related calls for service where NCIT was not available. The original goal was a dedicated DCSO car on each shift, focusing primarily on mental health in person and crisis calls. This model was suspended in September of 2021 due to staffing issues. The officers are now deployed as part of the priority response, answering all calls for service, including those mental health and person and crisis calls. Last year, 151 officers received the DCSO training. There are now a total of 339 officers trained. To improve crime prevention services in the future, we are looking at incorporating technological advancements that will further our reach to more members of the community to improve collaboration and feedback. We are also working to develop and implement greater tracking and analysis of our referrals to community agencies using data to improve service delivery and collaboration. And moving forward, I would like to highlight two of our very successful programs. The first is Focus Tables. Focus is an acronym for Furthering Our Communities by Uniting Services. It is a large component of SAFETO, our Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, and our priority of our safer communities. 156 partner agencies spanning across different sectors meet at 6 tables to coordinate services and support to those that are experiencing high levels of risk, crisis, and trauma. This slide illustrates the number of situations brought to the tables over the past 4 years. It is important to note that Toronto Focus expanded from 5 focus tables covering 9 divisions in 2020 to 6 focus tables covering 13 divisions in 2021. Also expanded was the number of partner agencies. In 2020, we had 140 agencies. In 2022, we increased to 156. Toronto Police Service is a primary partner to bring forward situations to the table. In 2022, CPS brought forward close to 70% of the total situations. This has been a consistent trend throughout the years. This is due to the fact that we are often the first point of contact for distressed or vulnerable populations, and often through 911 calls. According to an independent academic research project that concluded in 2020, studying TPS referrals to Focus, it found that there was a statistically significant reduction in police contact in the 3 years post-focused intervention. This reduction in repeat police contacts allows us to free up resources for core policing functions and for these people in need to have access to the community supports that they require. The last program that I'd like to highlight is the Neighborhood Community Officer Program. The NCO program continues to be successful. An independent Humber College evaluation completed in 2021 was completed in 2021, and the sentiments are illustrated on this slide. A key finding of the evaluation was that awareness of the program equates to a higher level of trust in the police. In 2022, TPS expanded the NCO program to 52 neighborhoods from our current complement of officers. But what makes an NCO an NCO? We basically have 3 different types of officers that work for the service. The first is priority and emergency response officers, where time is of the essence to get to the next call and provide emergency service response. The next is neighborhood community officers, who are deeply invested in the community and provide crime prevention and community mobilization services. And last, investigative team officers that follow up and deter crimes by resolving them and putting offenders before the courts. An NCO is an NCO because we create the capacity for them to be invested in neighborhoods and prioritize crime prevention by divesting them of their work. This workload doesn't disappear. It is redirected to the primary response officers and the investigative personnel. Our communities continue to ask for more NCOs. This budget allows for 16 new officers in 4 new neighborhoods. We would like to expand further, but we must address the degradation of service levels in responding to calls first. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. And finally, to present the remaining 3 services, we are joined by Staff Superintendent Peter Herrera of Eastfield Unit.
Thank you, Director Wright, and good morning. Response to events and protests is provincially mandated for all police services. The management of these events are governed by a standardized incident management system that has now been adopted by all first responder agencies. In Toronto, the coordination of the overall management of police response to events, protests, and major emergencies is the responsibility of the Emergency Management and Public Order Units, or emergency management. However, the response involves a whole of service approach, including sworn and civilian members who work across all pillars of the organization. Emergency management is responsible for responding to extreme events, emergencies, and disasters within Toronto. It provides training and develops plans to ensure the safety of officers and the public, and conducts risk assessments to inform prevention and preparedness measures. It works closely with the City of Toronto, other public safety agencies, and local police divisions to plan for and ensure public safety during events and protests. A multifaceted approach is adopted, including intelligence gathering, planning, and the deployment of on and off-duty TPS resources and specialized equipment, and when appropriate, the deployment of the public order is all considered. In some cases, the activation of the Major Incident Command Center, or the MIC, and the incident management teams are required because of the size and scope of the events. Part of any response plan is an overriding concern for business continuity. In other words, the business of policing the area is not impacted by the events and protests is critically important and therefore planned. To add context, last year the city had over 2,300 planned events that required a police response. These events sometimes brings over 1 million people in the city for a weekend, such as events like Pride and Graffiti Festival. Or it can be one-time events like a Jurassic Park in Maple Leaf Square during playoff runs for our sports teams, or the Santa Claus parade. However, this is only part of the story. Spontaneous events and protests happen routinely, particularly in the downtown core, and require on-duty resources to respond, which impacts our business continuity. The 52 division alone sees hundreds of these events, almost 600 last year. With this volume of events and protests, we had to develop a resource assessment matrix to better determine the events that present the greatest public safety risk, and in partnership with event organizers and the respective city agencies, we look for alternatives to eliminate those risks and therefore reduce the need for police resources. To illustrate how this all works, we can look at the events of February 2022, when the Freedom Convoy made it known that they intended to arrive and occupy downtown Toronto in protest of government COVID restrictions. Emergency management planners working with our intelligence units quickly prioritized critical infrastructure such as Hospital Row and development plan. Working with the Services Board, Office of the Emergency Management and other emergency and city partners, tasks were created and resources were deployed. Deployment included off-duty uniformed staff and staff from units such as the Homicide Squad, Sex Crimes Unit, and a Gun Game Task Force. Even the Chief's Office had to participate. Not only did this month-long deployment cost over $7.5 million, but there was also an operational impact within these units as they deployed frontline duties. The deployment of these units was necessary because we had to maintain an operational continuity for other emergencies and general calls for service at the time of our deployment. I've outlined now how we manage large events within our world-class city each and every year, and I'm proud to say that we are recognized as leaders in this area provincially, nationally, and internationally. Move on to our traffic management. Traffic management is, simply put, how we keep the city moving. And it's a 24/7 operation that requires specialized training and expertise. There are over 73,000 collisions, over 25,000 traffic-related calls for service annually in the city of Toronto. We, on average, lay over 83,000 highway traffic each year. Traffic-related issues will only increase as population and density levels. That's a layer of complexity. We have to support the city's Vision Zero initiative, or we have supported the city's Vision Zero initiative by deploying our Vision Zero enforcement team, a nationally recognized unit that focuses on the big four, which are aggressive driving, distracted driving, impaired driving, and speeding, leading four contributors to collisions. The Vision Zero enforcement team issues on an average 160 tickets a day in locations identified through the analysis of high collision areas in an effort to reduce the number of deaths on our roadways. A statistic that has been declining since 2015. Traffic management not only involves enforcing offenses and managing vehicle-level enforcement complaints, but there's also crime prevention and public safety component to this work. Officers routinely engage with schools, local counselors, and other stakeholders, and increasingly are using social media for education and outreach. As an example, one traffic services officer has won awards for his outreach on social media and has almost 600,000 followers on various platforms. He engages with the public on issues related to pedestrian and road safety, often live, and we are among the policing leaders in this space. Traffic services provide specialized investigative support for collision reconstruction, impaired driving, and informs other deployment methods that helps our city partners in areas such as road construction. We manage road closures, traffic direction, and while working with our city partners, we participate in that major event response that I spoke of earlier. The aim is to reduce collisions and prevent injuries and deaths. We are also partnered with the city on many different initiatives, such as the CAP-ATO, our Vision Zero Delivery Partners Network, and our Fatal Review Committee, which examines the leading contributors to fatal collisions and makes recommendations to city planners. Another important component of our traffic services is our parking enforcement. Parking enforcement helps ensure the safety and security of Toronto by enforcing parking regulations, responding to parking-related calls, towing and relocating vehicles, and sometimes recovering stolen vehicles, which is in many different investigations. In 2021, parking enforcement issued 1.4 million parking tickets and responded to over 140,000 parking-related calls for service. They towed 7,900 vehicles and relocated another 2,500. 800 stolen vehicles were recovered through the work of our parking enforcement. I'll now move on to our court and prisoner management. Toronto Police Service is required to provide security and prisoner management, prisoner transport for our 13th courthouse in Toronto. In March of this year, many of the criminal courts will be consolidating into the downtown New Toronto courthouse, and We'll be opening the Toronto Regional Bail Center located at 2201 Fifth Avenue West. Court services units provide a suite of services to all of these locations. The primary place in which they offer services is in the prisoner management sphere. Prisoner management is determined to describe the period from when a person is detained or placed under arrest by an officer until that person is in police care capacity. It involves the following: booking. We have now fully civilianized booking officers in each station. They manage prisoners' health, property, and paperwork. The number of bookings have been impacted dramatically by passing of Bill C-75, and we've seen an increase in the number of people who now qualify for release at the scene of an event and through a Form 10, and we continue to see a steady increase in this, reducing the number of people who have to be brought into stations to be show-caused. Another development has been video bail. The COVID pandemic accelerated positive changes in this area of prisoner management, and the investments in video bails at police stations with a history of high-volume prisoners has been a great asset to managing bookings within stations. In 2020, we had 9,700 video bails. In 2021 and 2022, we saw over 13,000 video bails. This number continues to increase as the court's capacity increases. Despite these efficiencies, courts are sitting longer, adding to workload and staffing requirements as prisoners are staying in our custody longer. This also impacts the number of meals we have to provide. Prisoner transportation. We have been, on average, engaging in 100,000 prisoner transports per year to and from court, provincial detention facilities, and our police stations. Today, that number is down to under 20,000 as a result of the use of video technology and the expansion of release provisions within the criminal code. The result was a dramatic decrease in the number of prisoners transported, allowing the redeployment of special constables to fill existing gaps, which there were over 100, and staffing in critical areas such as the booking hall, video bails, and charge processing. This is an area of investment. Court services have begun to civilianize the charge processing unit, and because of advances in the early adoption of a new centralized processing unit, it reduces the number of errors in court documents and therefore the follow-up work required by our frontline investigators. We partnered with the Ministry of Attorney General in this initiative, and it's now expanded province-wide. We're a leader in this space. Document services. Court services, or document services, has leveraged technology that permits the electronic service of subpoenas, in some cases reducing the workload for document servers. Investments in areas such as evidence.com has eliminated delays in disclosure of digital evidence that is critical in most of our investigations today. One area that you heard about earlier was the Special Constable Generalist. Greater deployment flexibility of all special constable areas, including courts, prisoner management, is a direct result of the new generalist program, freeing up frontline constables to be where they're needed the most. With the Special Constable Generalist cadre assistance, maintaining security and support of other areas of divisional booking and district special constables can be achieved. We've begun to train all special constables in the area of traffic direction, which gives us greater flexibility to deploy in major events and emergencies, creating more flexibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Staff Superintendent. And this concludes our presentation on services. Thanks very much again to the service leads, and we will turn it over to the Chief now for some closing remarks. Chief?
Thank you, Chair. If I may, I'd like to conclude the services presentation by again thanking the whole team that played an integral role in developing the budget request, and I thank you, Chair, and the Board for your attention and consideration of our report and presentation. I'm convinced that this budget affords the service an opportunity to address the needs of our communities and build trust in and within our service. It allows us to continue and strengthen our efforts to reform our service. It sets us on the road to ensuring safer communities, together with our partners in public safety in programs that are co-designed, co-developed, and co-delivered. This budget represents an important step in our multi-year plan to create, reform, and build. It will allow us to start to remedy the issues that matter to the people of Toronto, the things they told us matter, the things the Auditor General called out, the things we knew needed attention. In many respects, it represents a continuation of the work of Chief Raymer, started last year with the assistance of the board. As I said in my opening, my role and goal is not to grow our service for the sake of growing. In fact, it's important to note, over the last 10 years, there have been various modernization and other efforts to reduce or right-size, from shift schedule changes to civilianizing roles previously engaged in by police, to leveraging technology. We have sought to make sure that we ask the city to make investments that allow us to meet the needs of our communities. But when we examine, and indeed when independent bodies review our core service delivery metrics, like how quickly a police officer gets to your door when it's an emergency, or how long you wait to speak to a call taker when you call 911. When those metrics tell us that we can't adequately meet the demand in a growing city, we have a responsibility to ask for the investment and resources we need to meet the expectation of our residents and to perform our duties. Chair, we don't do this lightly. And we do it in a context where our commitment to delivering as efficiently and effectively as possible is now how we do business. We are a world-class city, attracting new residents, businesses, community organizations, and tourists every day. And this police service has an obligation to meet the demands a safe city requires. We understand that we will receive and hold this budget allotment in trust for the people of Toronto. We take that responsibility seriously. I take that responsibility seriously. This investment in a service is an investment in the safety and well-being of our communities. Chair, Board, I thank you all for your time. And if members of the board have any questions, we'd be more than happy to provide answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I'll now ask Mr. Teschner to provide his presentation for the board.
Thank you, Chair. As we said, we're going to move through the presentations, followed by deputations, and then there'll be questions, I'm sure, from board members. Can I just ask that the board 2023 proposed budget presentation be put up? This will be very brief indeed. And we can move right to the first slide. The Toronto Police Services Board is the legal governance and oversight body for the Toronto Police Service. It has a legal duty to ensure that adequate and effective policing is delivered in the City of Toronto. The proposed budget that I put before you today, board members, asks for a $207,000 increase, and that entire sum of money is for the purposes of 3 new staff positions that have come out of the work of Judge Epstein in Missing and Missed, as well as our own work in analyzing needs based on priorities identified by the board and by the City of Toronto. The board and the board office proudly deliver a modern approach to police governance in this country, and we are seen as leaders across Canada for how we approach the issues that we engage in. We currently have 7.5 staff members in what I call a small but mighty team that delivers a service with a budget of the size and magnitude and scope of the city, and to residents, tourists, and visitors that sometimes number over 6 million. The addition of 3 staff come in 2 different roles. 2 governance quality assurance analysts and 1 Indigenous engagement advisor. The additional staff will, in my view, enhance the board's ability to deliver on its governance and oversight mandate in the context of addressing Judge Epstein's recommendations in Missing and Missed. These new staff roles will permit our office to stand up additional capacity in important governance and oversight areas, and in particular, collect data independently on the impacts of implementing board initiatives, policies, and direction to the chief, and independently analyze data collected by the service to inform board decision-making. It will help us develop and implement our own monitoring and evaluation processes and plans for the implementation and effectiveness of provincial adequacy standards, board policies and direction, and recommendations emanating from external reviews and inquiries like the Auditor General's. It will help us, importantly, establish and foster key partnerships and relationships with Indigenous nations and their communities, organizations, city partners, and key stakeholders when it comes to Indigenous reconciliation and the implementation of the city's action plan. It will also help the board support our evolving communication and engagement strategies to ensure the public is aware of the board's work and of our initiatives. And lastly, it will add additional support to the board's permanent mental health and addictions advisory panel and its anti-racism advisory panel. The next slide, please. So you'll see that the breakdown between the 2022 and the 2023 request is $207,000, the entire amount of which is in relation to the 3 proposed roles that I was just outlining. The only increase in staffing dollars for the proposed 3 positions is there. The last staff increase for the board office was in 2019 with 1 additional position, and before that, actually a reduction in 2015. Next slide, please. You'll see that the work of this board spans the entire gamut of issues and initiatives that the police service is involved in, whether it is related to the recent chief selection process and the community engagement that facilitated the selection, the Toronto Police Services Board's various policies, including a leading policy in Canada on race-based data collection, on artificial intelligence in policing, on body-worn cameras in policing, among others. The recent MOU that was negotiated and adopted, approved by the board with respect to the role of the city's ombudsperson, and previous before that, the Auditor General, and as was referenced in one of our presentations, its ongoing role in governance and oversight of critical events, including the Freedom Convoy earlier this year, among others. This board office takes its role seriously, and we push the boundaries of what was previously thought to be the rubric or the framework for police governance and oversight. But the reality is that that comes with the need for people in positions who can leverage their skills and abilities and apply them to this modern vision of governance. And I'll just close by reminding the board of Judge Epstein's recommendation, a recommendation that she specifically included among her 151. She acknowledged in the course of her work that it is in very tall order indeed that a police services board, not just this one, but any police services board must meet in order to fulfill its governance and oversight obligations. But as she suggested or recommended, it's a mandate that must come with adequate resources to do the work. We've been doing this work as best as we can, and we want to continue to lead in this area. So developing our own internal independent capacity to analyze, review, and bring forward recommendations to the board, our own capacity to engage with communities, stakeholders, and in the case of this recommendation, Indigenous communities in Toronto is pivotal, is important, and is a priority. And I hope it will meet with your approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Teschner. Before we get into our deputations, I would just like to make a quick motion for the board to recess for 30 minutes at 12:30. Allow us for a bit of a wellness check. So, do I have a seconder? Ms. Kazakis, Mr. Crescenti, all in favor? Thank you. Approved. So now I'd like to start with our deputants. We have the first person up is Mr. Cole.
On October 13th of last year of 2022, a young man by the name of Tarish Bobby Ramroop died after falling out of his apartment building window at Jane and Finch. The police caused Bobby's death. Of course, they don't take responsibility for it, but I want to talk about that today and how it relates to the need to not increase the spending for the police, but to defund and abolish the police. On October 13th, Taresh Bobby Ramroop was in mental health crisis. We've heard that spoken about already this morning, and weaponized. He didn't need police, he needed care. But instead, I'm going to read from the SIU's report on this from the 13th. 3 officers, I'm quoting here, arrived and attempted to negotiate with the man. 3 additional officers from the emergency task force arrived and attempted to negotiate with the man from an adjoining apartment, end of quote. So that's 3 officers plus 3 officers. That's 6 officers, right? Except that if you ask the community who were there that day, a lot more than 6 officers showed up. A significant number more. What happened when about 20 officers, according to witnesses and family members, showed up? Well, they surrounded Bobby in his apartment and kept him there for hours, terrifying him until he tried to escape, climbing out the window to his death. During this hours-long standoff by the Toronto police, Bobby's family tried to get home to him. The police officers in this city stopped his mother from going into the apartment and assaulted her. The police officers in this city took Taresh's entire family and put them into the superintendent's office on the first floor of the high-rise and kept them there for hours until this man was dead. You actually impeded the people who had the best chance of helping him from getting to their child, getting to their brother, getting to their loved one. You got in the way. Increase your budget. You're already doing too much. You're already killing too many people. You're already harming and wounding and traumatizing too many people while you ask for more. If no police had responded that day and Taresh's mom could have gotten to him before you all did, he would still be here with us today. But this is what you do. You get in the way, you take charge, you dominate, because that is what you are trained to do. So forget about an increase. You need to be defunded. You need to be abolished. Those families whose children you take from them, they go to civil court. We see them. I went to a vigil this weekend. 3 years since Jamal Francisque was killed in Peel region. People go to court and fight against you. Millions of dollars of claims. You guys take millions, but they can't even get anything for the compensation after you kill their children. It's the administration of death that happens in this place. That's why this place is so disgusting. You all will say, you don't do it. You don't pull the trigger. You don't do the beating or put the handcuffs on. You don't. You administer that death from here quietly, patiently. That's what you all are doing here. So you see how you venerate an officer who died, but you won't say the name of Taresh Bobby Ramroop here today? Do you see how you kill civilians, but you cannot speak their names? You give yourself budget increases, but there is nothing to compensate the people whose lives that you destroy. And that is intentional, by the way. It's not just a mistake or an oversight that people have to go to court to fight you for money that you have to spend on yourselves. That's to show people that if you harm them, it's on them, not on you. And it's on them to repair their lives that you have destroyed, that you take no responsibility for it. We bear the cost of your violence while you ask for more. And most of your violence is not fatal, not directly, not immediately. Most of your violence comes in the form of stalking and harassing us, detaining us without cause, monitoring us, intimidating, beating, handcuffing, and strip searching us, traumatizing us. Even your own reports, which have been mentioned in the room today, document this everyday violence that I'm talking about, but you just skate on because you want even more. We are not here to give you more. You have taken so much from us already. And if we allow you, as the Toronto Police, to continue on this path, more of us are going to be harmed. You do not deserve an increase. You need to be defunded and abolished, and there needs to be reparation and justice for every single person in this city who you have harmed.
Thank you, Mr. Court, for your comment. Board members, any questions to the deputant? Go ahead.
I will say his name, Taresh Bobby Ramroop. And I feel tremendous sadness to know that his mom could not be with him. I'm new to the board, and I see there are efforts to build mental health capacity to address a lot of people are in crisis across the city. And so my commitment is that we do examine alternative responses. I think that that is in the budget. It is something that the police force is working on, piloting. And so I thank you for amplifying the voice of someone who does not have a voice here today. So I don't know, can I say that without a question?
I'd like to respond.
This is for you to ask a question.
Oh, okay. So I'll ask a question. What type of mental health infrastructure would need to be in place in order to address the gap that you see?
I'm not here as a mental health expert, so I think if you consulted one, they would tell you that people in mental health crisis are actually in danger from the police. They are not a danger to the police or to the community. The statistics bear that out over a very long time. But I want to say something else which I neglected to say here in my opening comments. These 20 or so officers standing around caging a man up so that his family couldn't get to him, they said, and Raymer, former Chief Raymer said, by the way, he said nothing when this happened. None of y'all said anything. It was only after we came out with Tarish's family, that's when you guys started talking and spinning a narrative. So what was the narrative? Well, we were bringing a psychiatrist, they said. Yes, there were many of us as police officers there, but we were bringing a psychiatrist. It sounds like the police weren't really the ones who were capable of solving the issue that day, but all of them were there, and a psychiatrist hours later is what, still driving to get somewhere? You may be new here. I'm not. I've been arrested sitting in the place that I'm sitting right now for speaking to things that this board has refused to take up. So I'm not going to give you the benefit of the doubt that you're new here and you're here to learn and to listen. He's not here. He's gone. No one can bring him back. Nothing you do or say can bring him back. And if you want to talk about mental health, explain to me why 20 people with weapons can get there and one person who's trained to support can't. But not only that, that the family who were there before everybody couldn't get in that door. Explain to me why when I go to the washroom here, I have to walk past somebody with a weapon. Explain to me why there are dozens of people in this building. There's a man right there with a gun, sitting here listening to me talk. How many people are in this building today? You're having so-called oversight of the police inside of the Police Services Board, and you guys need all these resources, but there's dozens of men sitting around with guns outside of this door right now and all throughout this building, but you can't find the resources. Really? I'm not new here. Maybe you are. We know what you guys are doing, and it's on purpose. You need to stop pretending that this is an oversight or an accident. But you know what? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the people of Toronto who also see that your special constable program now is going to be ramping up on the TTC. It's very clear what's happening in this city. You guys have given up on the notion of even pretending you're going to help. You are here to secure and criminalize the city of Toronto and sweep out of sight anybody who you don't want to see. So I'm speaking to the people of Toronto when I say, if you think that the services in this city need to be increased, look no further than the $1 billion plus already here. You can say, oh, we had a freeze for a couple of years. You can say that. You can say, oh, you know, there's a modest below the rate of inflation increase. Over $1 billion, but the cost of people whose names we say because you won't is immeasurable. And that's why it's so disgusting that we have to come back here, because you cannot put a price on our lives.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for your time. Thank you very much. Could I have the next deputant, please? It's Huda. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Huda Idris. My day job is being Chief Executive Officer of Dot Health. We build
Canada's largest health data transactions network. I share this with you partially to introduce myself, but also to talk about what I've learned during my time running a scaling business in the economic center of this country. And the two things I've learned is that data is really important, but it's also really easy to manipulate it. And that trust is really, really important. Trust can make or break an organization. And right now, what's happening is the City of Toronto and the governance associated with it, as well as the police service, has basically lost the trust of its constituents. And we need to be able to rebuild it, but rebuilding it at the expense of services that are needed is really essential. So the other thing I've learned, of course, as running a business, is that money is a finite resource. So it's really easy for us to sit in this room and talk about the increasing amount of money that we need, but we have to recognize that the city's budget is finite. When we're saying increase the budget of the Toronto Police by 50 million, we're effectively implying that we need to take away that money from some of the other essential services. So some of the presentations today talked about how Toronto is really essential and the population is growing, and I agree with all of that. There's a huge influx of immigrants in the country. Of course, that's going to mean more people living in Toronto. And so we have to scale the things that are working. But if you listen to any commentary about Toronto, we are an embarrassment. Our infrastructure is crumbling. We have more potholes in our roads than we have cars on the streets. Our trash cans are overflowing, our water fountains are broken, public bathrooms are not accessible, people can't access health supports when they need it, and yet here we are talking about policing and potentially charging people with criminal offenses when all they're trying to do is live in the city. And that is not just illogical, it's actually cruel. We cannot expect for Toronto to be a world-class city if we're going to constantly get less for every dollar that we invest in Toronto. So it's never been more expensive to live in the city ever before, and yet we're more dysfunctional than we've been ever before. Nothing works. People are afraid to take transit. And what's really interesting is, like, it's so easy to think about, oh, well, you know, there's been a lot of prominent crimes that have happened on the streets. There's been stabbings and there's been XYZ. And so the Band-Aid short-term solution is to increase the number of police officers. That's what I'm hearing from the budget. But I refuse to believe that we're going to have an officer in every single train in the TTC, and even if we did, that it would do anything to stop the crime. More often than not, and we have historical evidence to support this, police aren't preventing the crime, they're showing up after the fact to take notes about the thing that happened. And when the chief talks about the Auditor General's report, really important to address it, a huge chunk of that report actually talks about alternative responses. And those alternative responses actually need to be non-police. So when we're talking about sending someone in for a person who's calling in about mental distress, we don't need a weaponized person there, actually, at all. And so when we're increasing the budget of the police, we're effectively taking away money. You know, there's a lot of the presentation talked about how some of these supports are not available 24/7. Why do we think that is? Because the budget is finite. The budget is finite, and an increasing percentage of that budget keeps going to the police. So I disagree that by increasing the budget, we're going to put more money into alternative response units. It's actually by reducing the budget that we're going to increase what money we spend on alternative response units, which is really essential right now. So I think as a board, when you vote on this and when you talk about, you know, this entire budget that will go to council later, you need to think about the fact that money is a finite resource, that the Toronto Police Service does not have the public's trust, and that in order to build that trust, maybe in a twisted roundabout way, the advocacy for healing our communities needs to come from you, in that you need to be advocating for the money to be put elsewhere and not into your own services. Thank you very much for today.
Thank you very much for your deputation, board members. I see no questions. Thank you again for your presentation. Thank you. Is it Michelle?
Good morning. My name is Dr. Suzanne Shush. I am a Black and Indigenous mother and physician who lives, works, and raises 3 sons in the downtown core of Toronto. Like Huda said, a budget is by definition a zero-sum. Choices must be made in allocating a limited amount of resources for our city. And as a physician, I am astounded to see how our mayor and our decision makers are choosing to spend public funds on an ever-increasing police budget. As a physician, I see every day that the safest communities are not the communities with the most policed, they're the communities with the most resources. In further increasing the TPS budget, we are choosing a path that has no basis in evidence that I can find. Over caring for our environment, resourcing our public transportation, supporting our children by funding schools, libraries, childcare, and physical activities, addressing our housing and homeless crisis, and mitigating poverty for the thousands and thousands of people and families in dire straits. Our city is reeling from the havoc wrought by 3 years of pandemic chaos, and as we struggle to recover, Mayor John Tory has inexplicably forged ahead with a proposal to increase the $1.2 billion budget by another $50 million. As a physician, I see the devastating impact of chronic underfunding on social services, and I cannot comprehend the logic in this proposal. We have said many times before, we cannot police our way to well-being. This proposed budget increase is $50 million that is siphoned away from families who are facing an uphill battle with the rising costs of living. Families who are turning to food banks at record numbers as inflation and grocery and gas prices rise to unreachable highs. These are families who may lose their homes as rising interest rates are shocking our economies. This is $50 million that our children will not see invested in schools, education, libraries, and childcare. Investments to make our schools safer for our most cherished and most vulnerable should be among our highest priorities in public safety. Much has been mentioned today regarding gang prevention. Gang prevention begins with inclusion as young as elementary school and earlier. We need to increase opportunities, hope, and resources for our children. This is $50 million that Torontonians will not see dedicated to improving transportation and other vital infrastructure in our city, mitigating climate change and health-related impacts of a city fraught with underfunding in infrastructure and public transportation. This is $50 million that will not go towards housing in a city where unhoused people are facing significant strife in the midst of hotel program closures, shelters operating beyond their capacity, and a lack of warming centers being opened during harsh cold winter. All the while, TPS has spent an astounding amount of public funds on armor, weapons, drones, and military equipment. This past year, on multiple occasions, they have used this equipment to have dozens of heavily armed police officers evict handfuls of unarmed, unhoused people from public parks and extinguish sacred fires lit in ceremony by Indigenous people on their own homelands. The harm inflicted on Indigenous and Black communities by police continues to be very real, and I know this is a fact that the TPS has acknowledged. Systemic racism in policing is well documented and needs to be addressed. Black people are 20 times more likely to be shot by the police in Toronto. Black people make up 10% of our population and nearly 40% of the use of force incidents by police. Black and Indigenous people are over-policed and underprotected. At a rally just last year to commemorate Indigenous children found buried in unhoused and unmarked graves, I asked a group of uniformed police to move back to give space to mourning survivors. And I was told, don't worry, I'll make sure we're nowhere close when you get murdered. This animosity is common and is not conducive to public trust. In our discussion, we cannot forget the many police-involved deaths of unarmed Black and Indigenous people in our city. People who have not been given a choice but to involve the police when they need help, given alternative mental health and socioeconomic resources, have been devastatingly underfunded and under-resourced by decision makers. Increasing the police budget does not keep these vulnerable groups safe. In fact, the crisis just starts decades before the 911 call is made through the underfunding and chronic under-resourcing of social programs. There is real harm in this proposal. Every additional dollar that the TPS takes is a dollar drained from our communities, our social supports, and our families. The TPS is already one of the largest budget lines in our city, and this money is hoarded at the expense of resources that actually keep communities safe. As community resources to ensure better health and well-being are drained, the police become the de facto institution appointed to address all social and health issues that they are not trained or designed for. And thus the police mandate grows as a black hole feeding itself.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sush. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Thank you. Just want to clarify, is there a Michaela Better as a person here? No? Okay, thank you. So next up we have Samir. Samir Pool. No, Samir. Okay. Albert? I'm here. Okay, thank you.
Good morning. After the first deputation, I thought the FBI would knock the door down and hundreds of agents would be here to take new predictions and prevent the next terrorist attacks. I am not just talking to myself here. Does TPS realize they have a professional responsibility to tell the FBI to take new forewarnings? Remember, this is the service that said, "Not our catchment area," when repeatedly warned about Incel, Danforth, MacArthur in 2013. Giving more money to TPS is the definition of insanity. It is the same as taking $50 million and throwing it directly into the garbage can. Give the money to a remote viewing unit. A flying squad that can future see next events will then have the resources to prevent tragedy and save innocent lives. Jane Doe was on another planet where she had her own flying car that runs on zero-point energy, and no one says anything about this. Bring in Ryerson for mediation and full disclosure. Why hasn't this happened already? The virus could have been contained to Wuhan province when I first warned about it. Why did no one activate the emergency broadcast system? Who do I warn of new threats? TPS always squanders the good information, then a blue wall of silence cover-up. Lazy Guy was charged under the Police Services Act for not properly searching for the body of Tess Ritchie, even though I directly warned she would be throttled by the accused. Why have none of the superintendents been charged for discarding the France warnings, the virus warnings, the Japan BP oil spill warnings, and the 9/11 warnings? Who is Epstein to vanish this from her report? Attempting to deprive humanity of free energy in a golden age of psi-ability. Sure is easy for Saunders and Raymer to shrug their shoulders and walk off with a pay raise and fat pension. If the property taxpayers knew the true nature of my issue, they would stop you from throwing $1 billion directly into the garbage can and squandering the future of humanity. Police should have the decency to refuse the $50 million and seed it into projects like mine. Reproducible contact with zero-point energy, 100% recovery of addicts, precognition of events. Strength test Jane Doe. That is proof of the unfoldment technique that can remove addictions. That many less addicts for the police to deal with. Charging an electric vehicle with a diesel generator does nothing to save the environment. ZPE can bring good back into the world and leave a post-generational impact. The precognition of events is already out in the open. They could have arrested MacArthur in 2013. They said they don't care. With each apology should come a defunding of their bloated budget and redistribution to new ways of thinking, such as communication and wisdom acquisition. The next steps would be to convene Ryerson for public hearings. Cross the Jane Does. Quite a few had anomalous experience. Then arrange for a public demonstration. This actually saves money. The return on investment is huge. TPS will give you more painters standing by the side of the road doing nothing. That is a solid no to money for TPS. Somehow the free energy will break. Congress has already moved. What will the city do to aid this process? Do nothing and let this die out? No one benefits. Breathe some life back into it and the whole world benefits. I've timed this at 5 minutes. I would go on about the benefits of RV, but it would way exceed the 5 minutes.
Thank you for your time. Board, any questions? I see none. Thank you. Next deputant, we have virtual. Nora?
No. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Nora Ottenhoff. I'm a resident of Toronto and a PhD student in social policy at TMU. I'm here today to ask this board and Mayor Tory for an immediate freeze to the TPS budget for the upcoming fiscal year and to instead invest in our city's social services. In the supporting documentation for this meeting, you cite a reason for needing an increase to the 2023 policing budget as being increased demand for service. This issue can be easily addressed not by increasing police service capacity, but by detasking and defunding the Toronto Police, particularly and urgently from areas where a civilian-led response is more appropriate. A prime example of this is in mental health crisis response. To speak to a board member's earlier question, it's not fair nor appropriate to ask deputants to educate you on topics that are under your purview. Non-police mental health crisis response strategies exist across North America, including here in Toronto. These alternatives have been presented to this board. Specific strategies for how police can be detasked and defunded from mental health care. For example, Toronto has benefited greatly from pilot projects diverting community members experiencing mental health crises away from police and towards more compassionate, community-based care responses, such as the Gerstein Crisis Center and mobile crisis intervention teams. Why then, following the documented success of such programs and in the face of increased service demand, is the city's response to continue to pour more funding into a system that we know does not work, does not meet the needs of Torontonians, and does not keep us safe? In the agenda for this meeting and in the Chief's closing remarks, you outlined how, quote, civilianizing uniform positions where the authority of a sworn officer is not required, this is on page 6, has led to more effective and efficient outcomes while saving the city money. How much more evidence is needed then to convince this board that increasing an already inflated police budget will do nothing to meet the needs of the city and do nothing to meet this board's stated priorities of reducing crime and supporting safer communities? Police do not make communities safer. Police do not prevent crime. Police fundamentally are a responsive service. If crime prevention and safer communities is a priority for our city, we need to address the social determinants of crime, poverty being the largest. We need to invest in affordable housing, affordable transit, trauma-informed care hubs for people who use drugs, resources for Torontonians who are food insecure or who are unhoused or precariously housed. To illustrate to the board and to those listening along, I would like to put into concrete terms what our city could be foregoing in exchange for a $48 million increase to the $1.16 billion Toronto Police budget. This money could fund the Parkdale Queen West Community Health Centre for 2 years, an integrated community care hub offering healthcare services, counseling, overdose prevention services, and more. At current usage rates, this money could fund the Toronto Rent Bank for nearly 10 years. This money could could provide social housing for every individual experiencing homelessness in our city. The budget increase you are asking for is not necessary, not effective, and the sum you are demanding is not insignificant. I will end my deputation by stating once more, police do not make our community safe. Investing in social services is what allows a community to thrive. Please choose today to invest in our communities and choose to freeze the TPS budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora. Board, any questions? I see none. Thank you. Next deputant, we have Miguel. Is here?
Good morning. Hello, can you hear me? Thanks for allowing me to speak again on this important matter. I'm glad that you guys received my written deputation. There's a picture of me with the Defund the Police t-shirt that Mayor Tory has said publicly he's against it. He's against to cut the budget because he wants to ensure that we keep oppressed, we keep poor, we stay always on the low ends of this unfortunate situation with our taxes. And I'm sorry, I'm a bit emotional right now because I hear so many stories that has happened in the past. So I live in ODSP. I have disabilities. I'm speaking as a Toronto resident who wants to ensure that our generations to come up are able to live in a generally safe and supportive housing. So don't ignore what we have told you time and time again to deal with the grassroots of violence. We need affordable housing with support services. We need to remove poverty. We need more health and mental health addiction treatments. I've been coming to this TPS budget meeting since the year 2010. All I hear is that we're going to be increasing the police budget, we're going to increase the numbers, and that's not the way we want. Today I learned that there are 55 registered speakers, and there are hundreds of people that have submitted their written deputations. So, John Tory, this message for you. I heard with great interest your 4 budget announcements. All of them has one classic word, one keyword, investments in the community. If you really want to make an investment of $2 million on housing, by asking the John Tory, the federals, the province, Doug Ford, to come with 1/3 of the investment, why don't you ask the same thing for this board? To wait for John Tory, for Doug Ford, to come with 1/3, to wait for Justin Trudeau to come with 1/3. That way it's equal. That way it's fair. That way we don't have to be not able to have services that help our community. So instead of doing what we're doing forever, let's do it the way around. Let's put the interests of the poor first. Hear it, please. We are living in difficult times, and it's going to be worse. So instead of hiring 200 officers, why don't we hire more mental health supporters? One of the things I mentioned to member Lisa Costasis is about a program called Here to Help. The good news, I spoke with City of Toronto officials. They say to me, Miguel, we are funding this program for the next 5 years, which is good news, in my view. But it's not 24 hours, just like MICTs. Crisis happens through all the day. It's not just a 9 to 5 thing. It will happen anytime. I see my time is near. I just want to ask you a big favor since I had the opportunity to speak. Please stop sending fire trucks. Please stop sending police officers to our Island Gardens. We have a TP right there. We're doing this for Every Child Matters. Please stop sending the fire department trying to put away the fire. We are not going to allow that to happen. Please tell your officers not to come unless they bring tobacco to offer to the second fire. So, yeah, it's true. It's for real, yeah. So there you go, sir. You hear from everybody. And Desmond Cole is right. How is it possible that 1 hour it took for, to get someone, a psychiatrist? Come on, there's so many people out there that can take that job. Instead of so many police officers and armed and not willing to do anything. So it's disgusting. And I hope that you'll listen to us because tomorrow is the city budget announcement, and we're going to tell John Tory to fuck off. Thank you very much.
Thank you for it. Again, Miguel, I know that that's quite inappropriate, and I'd ask that I ask that we conduct ourselves in a way that is somewhat respectful. Thank you very much for your deputation. Board, any questions? So I ask that as we try to move through our meeting today, we want to try and be respectful in our deputation. So I'm going to provide a warning, and I'd like for us to make sure that we're being respectful in this space, so we have the opportunity to get through our agenda and have their opportunity to have their voice. So thank you very much. The next person up we have is Maria.
My name is Maria Amochastagi, and I am a victim of the so-called morality squad to which Police Chief Demkiw belonged in the year 2000. Shame. Today, I will first provide some background on who I am. Then, I will argue against providing TPS with its requested budget increase on the grounds that it will be used to criminalize rather than protect the marginalized communities to which I belong. I am currently a PhD student in Science and Technology Studies at York University. Before going back to grad school, I worked for many years as a government IT consultant. I have a background as a human rights activist and am a former board member of Amnesty International. I also have a background as a Latin American community activist, and I'm a former president of the board of the Center for Spanish-Speaking Peoples. It was through my work with the Latin American community that I became involved in LACAR, the Latin American Coalition Against Racism. LACAR was an activist group that was formed in response to racist billboards that had been placed in the subway by the Toronto Police Union. The purpose of the billboards was to use the specter of Latin American immigration to scare Torontonians into increasing the funding of TPS. Okay. In other words, the Toronto Police Union portrayed my community as a threat to the safety of Torontonians. So when TPS says that it needs an additional $50 million to increase public safety, TPS is not referring to the safety of racialized communities such as my own. What the billboards demonstrated is that TPS is not interested in protecting racialized communities against crime. What the Bruce MacArthur case demonstrated is that TPS has also failed to protect gay and bisexual men against crime. Yeah. My own case, which I shall describe shortly, shows that this failure extends to lesbian and bisexual women. The women's bathhouse raids demonstrated that in the year 2000, TPS viewed lesbian and bisexual women as criminals. Yep. My own case shows that this homophobia still prevails today. Yep. In 2000 and 2001, at around the same time as the women's bathhouse raids, not coincidentally, I reported to TPS that I was a victim of stalking and intimate image abuse. As often happens to women who report that they are the victims of sexual crimes, I was disbelieved. My claim was deemed to be unfounded. As often happens to members of marginalized communities who have interactions with the police, I was criminalized. How was I criminalized? The investigating police officer devised the ludicrous and homophobic tunnel vision theory that I am circulating intimate images of myself in order to appear straight. As a result of the botched TPS investigation, I am now in the Kafkaesque position of being investigated for the very crime of which I am the victim. Moreover, my stalker, like the gay serial killer Bruce MacArthur, was given free rein to continue to terrorize me for decades. Since 2016, I have filed 4 Freedom of Information requests. However, TPS is obstructing justice by refusing to release most records, including the intimate images. The records that have been released thus far, while inadequate, contain an admission of serious negligence on the part of Officer Carl Goodrich. The released records also contain numerous falsehoods and thus constitute false police reports. I'd like to conclude by reminding the members of the Police Services Board that they are legally bound, as directors of a corporation, to ensure that TPS minimizes its exposure to legal and reputational risk. By treating a member of the LGBT community in a discriminatory way, TPS is increasing its exposure to legal and reputational risk. I'd also like to remind board members that they have a responsibility to ensure that TPS does not misuse taxpayer funds. Given that the investigation has been ongoing for decades, it seems certain that TPS has wasted an inordinate amount of money on the case. Indeed, the fact that TPS has spent so much money attempting to cast the victim of a sexual crime as a criminal is a strong argument for defunding the police. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Members, any questions for the deputant? I see none. Thank you very much. Jessica is the next deputant. Jessica. Sorry.
Hello.
Sorry, are you named Jessica Sherman?
Oh, no, I'm a different Jessica.
Oh.
I'm on the list, though.
Yeah, we're just trying to see if Jessica Sherman,
was
who
virtual,
is
sorry.
deputing virtually, is on the line.
Jessica, receive a phone from the system. Can you mute?
Hello? Can you hear me now? Yes, hi. There's a confusion there. I'll start by saying this is my first time attending anything like this, and so I don't have a speech prepared, and I'm very much in awe of all those people who came that did. I primarily have some questions based on what I heard today. Is that allowable?
Sorry, no, it's not, unfortunately.
I guess so. Okay. Well, then I will try and phrase them more as statements. I find it, I was very interested to hear, I believe it was the chief at the very beginning who said that, who sort of justified part of the budget as being interim, almost interim measures before some of the services that Torontonians seem to be asking for, like mental health services and a sort of bridge between mental health services and the police can be established. And so I would be very interested to hear if that could be framed as a sort of commitment that this budget will be used temporarily until other services are in place. My feeling is that is not what he had meant. I also find it very interesting. I was fascinated to hear all of the different ways, for instance, that the MCIT, the different outreach programs that the police claim to be putting in place at the moment. I would love to know that 4.8 billion or whatever are going to directly towards that. It seems to me that that is what Torontonians are crying out for, and we don't see it coming from the police. So in the absence of those commitments being something that the police are willing to make, i.e. that they will give the money back once those other services are in place, and or this money will go directly towards those kind of services within their ranks, I have to stand by what everybody else seems to be saying, that this is a completely unnecessary, unproven waste of taxpayer money when there are so many more services being cried out for. I also find it interesting that I believe, again, it was the chief at the beginning and somebody else with a fancy graph mentioned that our per capita police force presence is so much lower than cities like London and New York, et cetera, et cetera. I was not aware that they had a lower crime rate than us for having so many more boots on the ground than we do. I find that news very fascinating to find out that we somehow have a higher crime rate than Los Angeles. And that is directly due to the fact that we have so many fewer police, so much smaller police presence in our city. Interesting information for me. I will look into that further. It seems to me that the voices that you're hearing today are and will continue to be asking the police to do the right thing for this city and actually turn down money and have it go towards the services that we need, the infrastructure, the mental health, the low-income housing, to sit there and say that you guys are serving the community when at the same time with the other side of your mouth, you show up in full force to kick homeless people out of their tent encampments in the middle of a pandemic, and at that point say, well, we're just doing what we're told. Basically, we follow orders from the province and from the city, and that's what they've told us to do. Which one is it? I think you don't get to say you're doing both. You're either the strong arm of the law or you're there serving the community, and if it's the latter, then I would suggest that the only decent thing to do would be to turn down this money and redirect it into social services of this city. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Board members, any questions to Deputant? I see none. Thank you. The next person we have is Michelle Longo. Michelle Longo, virtual.
Hello.
Go ahead, when you're ready.
Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Michelle, and I've lived and worked in Toronto for many years. Since Mayor Tory has been elected, there has been increase after increase to the police budget. While the Gardiner crumbles, the price of transit for riders continues to rise, and housing availability is at an all-time low, police services have continued to expand. I understand that investment in police and police services looks like an investment in safety. However, the neighborhoods within which I have felt safest have been those where police rarely go. In those neighborhoods, there is a strong sense of community. There are places to gather with your neighbors. Community centers and parks provide safe places for children to go after school. And there is adequate access to food, housing, transportation, and health services. Those are the things that make a neighborhood safe. Police do not keep us safe, we keep each other safe. It is a fallacy to think that just because our city has a smaller ratio of police to citizens, that it is a more dangerous place to live than other places. Furthermore, police are being sent to situations that could better be responded to by other professionals. Additional training for police is a waste of money. If we do not see mental illness, addiction, or homelessness as criminal offenses, which they are not. If instead, we see these situations as times when care is needed, police funding is unnecessary, but funding is required elsewhere in community and city services. Without adequate investment by the city into important infrastructure, we will continue to be putting a Band-Aid on the problem. Increasing the police services budget is a reaction to a problem and not a proactive solution. It is short-sighted to continue to fund policing over other options simply because police are seen as currently the only option. I urge you to reconsider this budget increase and to advocate on behalf of those that you claim to keep safe. Keep us safe by making Toronto a better city to live in. Keep us safe by providing options to those who are unhoused or precariously housed. Create new spaces for community, rather than policing public spaces and making them unwelcoming. For all those voting on this budget increase, I urge you strongly to reconsider and to reallocate this budget increase into housing, transportation, and other essential infrastructure. I am grateful that I've had this opportunity to speak on this, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Longo. Board members, any questions? I see none. Thank you. The next person we have is Dave Shelnut. Is Dave here? Oh.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is Dave Shelnut. I'm a lawyer at the Biking Lawyer LLP. I'm a lawyer for individuals who've experienced police violence and institutional racism, a member of the cycling community, and a survivor of violent crime myself. I echo the thoughtful and reasoned testimony of those who preceded me today, as well as the experiences and demands for meaningful change from Black and Indigenous communities that we've heard for years. I'd like to share with consent the experiences of several of our clients who faced police violence and anti-Blackness. In 2018, a black Muslim woman was injured in the hallway of her building by a TPS constable on a CAS call as she and her children tried to exit the hallway for safety. In August 2021, a young black U of T law student was profiled and assaulted by police on his way to school. In September 2021, another young black woman was profiled and attacked from behind and arrested simply because she'd attended a press conference about police violence. In each case, justice has either been delayed or denied. Each of these people represent the human face of the disproportionate use of force against black Torontonians by TPS. Use of force data demonstrating a service-wide bias was acknowledged and apologized for a mere 7 months ago. However, weeks before Chief Raymer at the time apologized for service-wide anti-blackness, TPS reviewed what happened to our two clients, and before them the other, and said that their ill treatment was not precipitated by race. Anti-blackness as a concept was prevalent in the service and worthy of a press conference and apology. But in each individual case, use of force cases, TPS determined that race was not a factor. And here we are a few months post-apology, and rather than requesting reflection by, redesign, and retasking of TPS, Mayor Tory proposes to award them with $50 million. This past summer, cyclists were surveilled, harassed, and targeted by TPS in ways communities of color have long known, though certainly not comparably. TPS waged a campaign against people on bikes, in parks, and on cycling throughways, despite TPS's own data that motorists cause death and serious injury since 2006 in the number of 17,000 to 6. Despite these statistics, police descended on High Park throughout July and August. A cyclist was ticketed for trespassing in a park. Another was hit by an officer that rolled a stop sign, the very thing he was there ticketing cyclists for. And another was chased down and hit off her bike by an off-duty TPS officer. Tickets for rolling stop signs were issued simultaneously while videos surfaced of TPS officers on bikes doing the very same thing. We wrote again and again to the board and to the mayor to investigate this bizarre use of substantial service resources targeting cyclists and have been ignored. The service's reputation was brought into disrepute, and 1,000 cyclists took to the streets to demonstrate their frustration. We've been met with silence. This summer's interactions exacerbated an already fraught relationship between TPS and the cycling community. We recognize laudable efforts against drunk driving, stunt driving, as well as many individual officers who've helped injured cyclists. However, we also know that traffic enforcement has not been taken seriously since 2012. Cyclist complaints against dangerous driving and parking in bike lanes are ignored, and institutional bias against cyclists persists. In 2019, 2020, and 2021, we alerted TPS command that officers were refusing to provide injured people with access to necessary insurance information in dooring cases. This would help them access no-fault benefits. Our office had to point out in 2020 that TPS was doing this contrary to the law until something was changed. What our clients' experiences and those of the cycling community demonstrate is a civil service with serious deficiencies and is reflective of a lack of accountability in individual cases and service-wide. This, above all else, needs to be addressed. We are here talking about increasing the police budget, but I would like to conclude by pointing out the huge cost in not addressing these deficiencies in policing to families, communities, healthcare, and judicial systems, and to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shelnut, for your deputation. Board, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Thank you very much for your time. We have the next deputant, Briar DeLonge. Briar, virtual.
I can hear you, but there. Thank you. It took me a minute to start the video for the release. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. I'm the executive director at the Bloor-Yorkville BIA. I've held this position for 22 years and worked in the Bloor-Yorkville community since 1990. Our BIA represents approximately 1,200 businesses in the Bloor-Yorkville area. Our major things to do are promotion, beautification. However, in recent years, one of the biggest concerns coming from our members has been property damage, mischief, personal safety, and concerns regarding that. You do have a joint letter from our BIA along with the other major 5 BIAs in the downtown area. And we are writing in support of the increase to the Toronto Police Services budget, but we recognize that as only one of the steps to create a safer city. So that being said, we continue to advocate. We will work with the city on efforts to create more vibrant communities, including fast-tracking provincial and federal funding. We are there for you. We will help you lobby if you need provincial help or federal help. Let us know. Let us be your partners in getting the funding that we need for other social services programs, addictions, mental health treatment, prevention, and coordinated and increased supportive housing. It has to be an all-encompassing approach. One of the specific things for our particular neighborhood is that criminal activity, acts of mischief, vandalism, and physical violence, as you're seeing in the Yonge Bloor subway system, they simply don't stop at Bloor Street. And whether people are aware or not, the community response units were all disbanded except for 3 areas of the city this past year. And we desperately miss those officers. And for anybody's information, those are the officers who create the one-on-one with community respite centers, with people in need on the streets. They act essentially as a conduit to getting people the assistance and the help that they need whenever possible. They go around to our business members and understand their concerns. They go to the respite centers and they work with their clients. It is, as I said, a one-on-one approach in the sense that we have regular officers who come to our community. They know it well, they know the people within it, and they know the concerns and problems that can happen. And we are missing that response unit and would like to see with this funding that we have it come back. We've had situations where our building owners can no longer get security officers in their buildings. We've had more increases of physical violence on people. We've alone have had over $75,000 done of property damage to Bloor Street alone, and that's not accounting for the number of broken and smashed windows and doorways on private property. It's at a level that I haven't seen in my many years in the Bloor-Yorkville community. So that is part of why we're supporting this. As I said, it needs to be an all-encompassing approach. And if at the end of the day we can't see that this funding is going to cover a return of the CRU to our neighborhood, what we would ask for is that the boundaries of 51 and 52 Division get extended north to Davenport for 52 and Church Street for 51, so that we can be included in that downtown area. Otherwise, we are supportive. If you look at the numbers, Toronto had 2.9 people in the metropolitan area in 1979 and 5,600 officers. Now we have over 6.1 million people in the metropolitan area and 4,950 officers. So there's 650 fewer officers in the Greater Toronto area compared to when the population was half the size that it was. So it's a big number, but I think people need to understand that they have far fewer police around than they ever did. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Legrand. Board members, any questions of the deputant? I see none. Thank you very much for your deputation.
Thanks.
The next person virtual is Janice Solomon.
Good afternoon. I'm Janice Solomon. I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Downtown West BIA. We operate similar to what Briar had just described, where we work on behalf of the businesses in the neighborhood for beautification efforts and overall promotion of the neighborhood. We're a 24/7 neighborhood representing over 2,500 businesses. And we're a significant contributor to Toronto's economic vitality. With a residential population of over 35,000 and 20 million visitors annually, police resources must keep pace with the significant residential and commercial growth to support Downtown West as a safe area to live, work, and visit. We support the proposed 2023 budget and its increases to include the addition of 25 officers dedicated to downtown, additional police resources and improved police response times, along with the commitment to continued funding and the expansion of the community crisis service, providing non-police responses to persons in crises. These are all important factors for community safety and well-being. We're pleased with the steps to address the police resource gaps and fully endorse the budget as presented. This is only one step in much needed resources. We are committed to advocate in support of the city's efforts for safe and vibrant communities, including requests for substantial increases in provincial and federal funding for social services programs, addictions and mental health treatment and prevention, coordinated with increased supportive housing and development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Solomon. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Again, thank you for your deputation. It is now 12:27, so we're going to take our 30-minute recess. Upon return, our next deputant will be Derek Moran. So again, we'll be returning at 1 p.m. to continue with the proceedings. Thank you.
not to let anybody in until 1 o'clock, so we start again with citizen witness. Public.
No, not yet. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Welcome back, everyone. We want to resume our meeting. At this point, I would like to call up Derek for our next deputation. Thank you.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied, in doing so as fraud. God bless His Majesty the King, and long live His Majesty the King. And if I've ever led this board to believe that I am a person, as mentioned in the definition for deputation in this board's bylaw definition section, then that would be a mistake, and then I ask this board to please forgive me. And I acknowledge and accept new Toronto Police Chief Myron Demkiw's oath of office, which ends with the last sentence, "So help me God." So in this report it says, some key accomplishments in 2022 include development and implementation of a new artificial intelligence policy, the first of its kind in Canada, and a significant update to the board's adequacy standards governance framework, including a new approach to monitoring for compliance with provincial standards. Sadly, this board's new fancy AI machine has been unable to detect how the Toronto Police Services Board has now held an illegal meeting 3 meetings in a row. That is not compliant with the provincial standards as set out in the Police Services Act. I'd mention the sections again, but I don't want to cut Chris Langenfeld's grass, as I'm sure he'll mention it to you later. In this report, it also says the services goals as outlined in the December 19th, 2022 change of command ceremony by Chief Demkiw align with the board's priorities set out in the 2022-23 business plan and are as follows. 1, improve trust in and within the service. So I have an actual deputation to make. I appoint Chief Myron Demkiw to act as the trustee for me in this matter, and that I respectfully direct him to ask Dr. Eileen Davila if it is true that her husband has received money from COVID vaccine makers, because I don't get the sense that James Raymer ever asked her that question. So if Chief Demkiw wants to improve trust, he can start by being impartial and asking Dr. Davila that simple question. Now, something back to one of the earlier callers started off by asking you, Chair Morgan, if, based on stuff that she had heard already from the service, if she could ask questions. And you had a look on your face like you didn't know what to say. So I think I saw out of the corner of my eye Councillor Nunziata tell you that no, they can't ask questions. I don't know if you remember me telling this story at the North York Civic Center meeting just before COVID, but in Langenfeld versus the Toronto Police Services Board, at the Court of Appeal, Lerna's lawyer, Cynthia Kuehl, was giving this grandiose speech, and she said to the court, members of the public do not have the right to ask questions at police board meetings. And at that point, Justice Brown actually spoke over and interrupted her because I was wanting to see where where she was going with that. So I actually made a complaint to the Law Society, and I said, you know, that what Cynthia Kuehl said in court was just not true. Like nowhere in law does it say that we can't ask questions at these meetings. And the response I got back from the Law Society was basically, well, yeah, you know, I guess she was just saying what the client had already told to her. And so that was that. Because I've mentioned recently before in Attorney General of Canada versus Kennard, 1975, the Supreme Court of Canada said, it is the premise of our legal system that no legal permission is needed to do anything or act in any manner not prohibited by law, whether statute law or common law. Because it's quite absurd to think that that previous caller would ask one of her public servants, like a glorified maid and or butler of hers, if it's okay she can ask one of her servants a question. So the whole prescribed by law thing in Section 1, I've read the case law on that, is to prevent arbitrary action. Any arbitrary action by the government fails. So I just want to, I don't want to make a big to-do about it now, but I will be emailing Councillor Nunziata for the exact rule, the source in law that says a member of the public can ask questions at these meetings. And I would encourage everyone else to email Councillor Nunziata for that exact rule also.
Thank you for your deputation, Derek. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Thank you. Next person up is Reina Sobadin. Reina, virtual.
There. My name is Reina, and I'm a volunteer with the Toronto Homeless Memorial, and I hold a master's degree in education from York University. I used to love this city where people could gather safely in parks, bars, museums, theaters, galleries. People were thriving, and now they're barely surviving. And according to Statistics Canada, people are actually leaving Ontario in unprecedented rates. And people are leaving Toronto every year in the tens of thousands. So why are people leaving? There are many reasons, but mostly they can't afford to live here. In June of last year, the City of Toronto's report to action from the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning explicitly states that workers are not being paid enough and that people are spending much more than 30% of their income on housing in Toronto. This makes Toronto a comparatively expensive city for prospective employees. So many of my friends have left, and more are contemplating it. This cost of living crisis doesn't only rest on the shoulders of corporate giants, provincial or federal funding, but also on Toronto itself. We don't have enough affordable rent geared to income housing here, and this is also a municipal failure. In part, the mayor, councillors, and police make the city unaffordable to live in by deciding that money should go into wealthy people's pockets under the guise of safety. What prevents crime? Addressing poverty. It's been said here today over and over and over again. Provide properly funded housing, healthcare, schools, infrastructure, safe consumption sites, food, clothing access, libraries, arts fundings, after-school programming, and so many other community supports. And land acknowledgements are said here. Yet the mayor, city staff, and police continue to ignore Indigenous law. As settlers and treaty people, it is our responsibility to live by the dish with one spoon covenant on these stolen lands. We know that people who are targeted by systemic racism are overrepresented when it comes to police violence. So when people know that funding the police doesn't help with community safety and they still support it, then it's not about funding safety, it's about funding white supremacy. Decades of research and testimonies from so many people who live and work in their communities show that police don't prevent crime. So when you propose an already overinflated police budget, that means the choice to spend a ridiculous amount of money contributes to the downfall of our society, not the advancement of it. More and more people die, as evidenced by all the names that we add to the Toronto Homeless Memorial every month because of greed and lack of funding to help one another. What kind of city not only lets their citizens suffer and die, but encourages it? All of this is connected. And I want to love this city again, but when you suggest funding violence over care every year, my heart breaks at the lack of morality coming from decision makers. And it makes me wonder what type of city this will become when there are no more communities left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rena, for your deputation. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Again, thank you very much for your deputation. Next up, we have Pauline Larson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Chair Morgan and members of the board for having us here today. My name is Pauline Lawson, and I am the Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer of the Downtown Yonge Business Improvement Area. So to give some context, we're the neighborhood around Yonge and Dundas. We also represent in the order of 1,800 businesses and about 200 property owners with a combined commercial value of about $7.2 billion. What's unique about us as a business improvement area is that we have, for almost a decade, taken a very intentional perspective on safety and inclusion. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we at Downtown Yonge view community safety and well-being through a multi-sectoral and collaborative lens. We see community safety as bringing together the various different groups in the neighborhood who can work together. That includes police, that includes community stakeholders, that includes social agencies, as well as businesses and residents. So I want to start by saying that our perspective is always that safety and inclusion are two sides of the same coin. And for that reason, we work diligently on both sides of those interests. One of the things that we started in 2016 was our first ever partnered outreach program. The Toronto Police at 51 and 52 Division were partners in that outreach program from the get-go. And in 2018, we established, funded through the community, through the business community, a full-time crisis outreach team that works specifically in the Yonge Dundas neighborhood and was in place for almost 2 years before the COVID pandemic came into place. So we have a fair amount of experience with that. The police have always worked with our crisis outreach team on street, doing usually weekly or bi-weekly sessions, walking the street with us, working with vulnerable community members, building trust and building relationships. This has been an incredibly strong and important collaboration for us. But I will also add that we currently have 8 different partners, including our neighborhood officers, who work with us, from harm reduction workers to housing workers to case management workers for mental health, as well as street nurses. And our belief is that we are stronger together in the support of our most vulnerable community members in this neighborhood. To give you some numbers, our community engagement team in 2022 alone engaged about 3,800 times with people just in the Yonge Dundas neighborhood, with our neighborhood officers being a key partner in those engagements. In fact, we did 208 partnered sessions over the course of 2022 with that combination of 8 different partners. At the same time, though, I have to emphasize that we are getting increasing reports of our neighborhood feeling unsafe. We've been conducting safe and inclusive neighborhood surveys through an arm's length researcher, an academic, since 2018. And what we found in 2022 was that 84% of respondents to our survey, which includes everyone from students to businesses to residents to visitors, 84% were felt unsafe because of aggressive and erratic behavior, an 8% increase since we first started doing the survey in 2018. I also want to highlight the victimization that we see, particularly property theft, but also violent crime, that business owners and employees experience in the neighborhood. Something like 47% of our businesses reported in the last 12 months being the victim of a property crime of some kind. The final point I'd like to make about that stat is that based on that survey information, 40% of all respondents, students, residents, employees, business property owners, have witnessed a violent incident in the neighborhood in the past 12 months. And for these reasons, we are, with reason, concerned that there is a sense that the neighborhood is not perceived as being as safe and inclusive as we would like. I'd like to end by saying that we stand ready at Downtown Yonge to work with the police, to work with all of the stakeholders in our neighborhood, mental health, addiction services, housing, and outreach, to ensure that this neighborhood is as safe and inclusive as possible. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We support the increase in the police budget.
Thank you, Ms. Larson, for your deputation. Members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Again, thank you for taking the time today. Thank you. Next, we have the next deputant is Kendra Kerr.
Thank you so much for having me today. As said by the chair, my name is Kendra Kerr. I'm a Toronto taxpayer, and I've lived and worked in Toronto for the past 15 years. I'm here again today to deeply oppose any increase to the TPS budget. The assertion that more police equals safer cities is logic that is so deeply flawed and not supported by any empirical evidence from comparable case studies worldwide. I think the vast majority, in fact, I know the vast majority of empirical evidence suggests that Toronto police are in fact well funded on a per capita basis when compared to other major cities, both in relation to population and crime rates. By your own admission, and I do applaud the transparency given at the beginning of this meeting and presenting the sort of bucketed goals of this budget. I think that's something definitely new to these meetings, and I applaud that transparency. But by your own admission, the only significant increase in crime has been in relation to vehicle thefts, and to a lesser extent, petty theft. Homicide rates are down. Overall crime by capita is down. By your own race-based data, we've heard that TPS is a deeply racist institution that consistently over-polices racialized communities. In what universe would this warrant a budget increase? It is staggeringly unconscionable to me and completely fiscally irresponsible to vote for a budget increase when Mr. Tory himself has stated that there is a $150 billion gap in the 2023 budget planning process, and that he himself would need to consider extreme service cuts in order to balance this budget. I don't see how Toronto Police Services should be exempt from those extreme service cuts. I've also listened to the peers that have come before me today from the various BIA groups, a few from the most wealthy areas of our city, advocating for the approval of the police budget to further protect property. The rest of my colleagues have spoken about the need to protect lives, about the need to protect communities. And I'd ask you today to consider which of those requests is more important. When we talk about communities feeling safety, it is all the things that they have been stated before. Housing, affordability of housing, availability of housing, social services that address mental health and addictions, reasonable, consistent employment. All of these things and more that have been mentioned by people much smarter than myself have said are the key to community safety. It is unconscionable to vote for an increase in police budget instead of doubling down on the community supports and services that are needed. I have sat in consultations like this at each police service budget meeting, and we've heard consistently from community members that they do not support budget increases. And each year, these budgets get approved and supported with very little discussion or revision. I'll point out that there's only been one question to any of the deputants from the board themselves. And that demonstrates to me what little interest the board has in these feedback sessions. And then instead, this marks a check mark so that they can say they did consultation. This isn't consultation. If you genuinely care about what the public wants to see from you and what you are appointed to do, then you will vote against this budget increase. Do not host these consultations if you have no interest in taking feedback from the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kerr, for your deputation. Board members, any questions? I see none. Again, thank you very much for your deputation. I would now like to ask Adi Olumide is the next deputant.
Yes, hello. I guess you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello. Okay. So I would like to recommend a reallocation of part of the budget, especially the part that has to do with misconduct. Transparency will reduce misconduct to be a deterrent, and so that will generate financial savings, so it will pay for itself. I had responded to the executive director in writing from the last meeting, although it was addressed to Chair Morgan, and I would like to suggest that if possible at the next meeting, myself and the executive director could present so that the board could ask questions and possibly vote on police complaints transparency bylaw. And one of the things I explained was that the TPS website for hearings does not affect 99% of the complaints. So if I were to sort of boil this down to sort of two questions. Number one is that the comments about HR employee information does not apply to de-identified information. And the evidence of that is all Ontario Privacy Commissioner decisions are de-identified and they're available online, and it hasn't harmed anyone. The second thing I'd like to raise is that the Section 2 Charter open court principle has been ruled to apply to administrative tribunals. So essentially, what the board has been asked to do is either the board does it, creates the rule, or directs the chief, implement, publication ban common law, a test for that. There's tests for the Police Services Act exceptions. There's tests under the Adjudicative Records Act. And more importantly, since Ontario, under Section 165 and 167 of the Ontario Comprehensive Policing Act, since they have already granted 50% of what I'm asking for, which is the transparency of even all investigations, even those that don't lead to a hearing, it means that they have already undergone the analysis that would be required by the board. So there is no reason for the board not to want to move ahead because the board has the power to do it. Under Section 31 of the Police Services Act, power to make policies regarding the disclosure of personal information, power to make guidelines for dealing with complaints, and as well review the chief's administration of complaints. Now, within the chief's power as well, the chief has power to disclose personal information for the protection of the public, compliance with federal laws, which I've just mentioned is the open courts Section 2 Charter principle, keeping the public informed, correctional purposes, protection of victims. There's a whole slew of power to disclose personal information, but in this case, as I explained, it's not really personal information because it doesn't have names. And so even within the public complaints section and the internal complaints, it allows the disclosure of information for law enforcement purposes or for the administration of the act. So the bottom line is just saying that the chief and the board have power to create this bylaw that I'm proposing. And as I expressed at the last meeting, only 1% of complaints have transparency because only 1% of complaints ever reach a hearing. So the other 99% is completely opaque. And it would deter misconduct if it was all transparent, de-identified, no names. Granted, the issue of complaints that are either dismissed by the chief or dismissed by the OIPRD, that is half of the problem. But the other half is complaints that have been investigated. And so because that has already been addressed by Ontario Section 166, 165 and 167, they've already said put a de-identified summary of these complaints online. So I just want to find out, what the next steps can be, based on my recommendations to the chair. But having at the next meeting a special agenda item where we discuss this myself.
So your time is up.
Board can ask questions. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your deputation. Board members, any questions? I see none. Thank you. The next presentation we have is, next person up is Colleen Brown, virtual Colleen Brown. Okay, maybe we can, yes, we'll move on to, maybe she'll present later. So the next person up we have is Michael Scahill.
Hi, I am Michael, and I'm an organizer with Surge TO, also known as Showing Up for Racial Justice Toronto. Surge Toronto is a GTA-based grassroots organization that collaborates with Black, Indigenous, and racialized organizers to dismantle white supremacy and colonialism. I strongly oppose the proposed almost $50 million TPS budget increase, bringing the total to $1.3 billion. This increase is reactionary, regressive, and will cause more harm to Toronto's most vulnerable communities. There is no evidence that increasing funding to the TPS will lead to a safer city. This is not only what I am saying, but was also clearly stated by former TPS board chair Alok Mukherjee recently on CBC. In fact, evidence shows that investing in proactive community supports and public services rather than more police officers leads to increased safety. The TPS budget has continued to increase almost every year, whilst the city simultaneously underfunds our communities. Despite these continual budgetary increases, the TPS continues to be ineffective at reducing crime and violence, solving crime, managing its resources, and actually increases violence and harm in this city. The TPS data portal shows from 2014 to 29, as the service received continual budget increases, reported crime in the city actually increased. And in 2021, the Toronto Police Service only cleared 33.8% of all reported crime. The idea that increased funding is needed for more emergency response to police officers is also not true. The issues with the emergency response system, as outlined by the Auditor General, are due to poor management and policing practices and police being ill-suited to handle the complex needs of vulnerable people, such as those experiencing houselessness or mental health challenges. Here are a few highlights from the Auditor General's reports. TPS is not tracking the data that it needs to properly manage the system and to inform decision-making. Almost 1/4 of police officers dispatched to 911 calls are not providing accurate on-scene reporting, leading to long dispatch delays. 40% of 911 calls for service reviewed by the audit on lower priority events could be handled by a non-police alternative response. In addition, the TPS continues to cause harm and increase violence in our communities. We know from the 2018 Ontario Human Rights Commission report that a Black person in Toronto is almost 20 times more likely than a white person to be involved in a fatal shooting by Toronto police. I recall the violence and brutality of the Toronto police last summer as we stood in support of our houseless encampment friends being criminalized and removed from our public parks due to the pandemic at a cost of $2 million. I remember being violently attacked by Toronto police as we supported the same houseless friends being evicted from downtown shelter hotels right before the onset of winter. It has been shown that investments in community supports are the most effective way to increase safety in our city. For example, the Province of Ontario Roots of Youth Violence Report and the City of Toronto's Youth Equity Strategy both show that programs that offer skills training, counselling, recreational activities, and mentoring reduce crime and violence over the long term. We need to increase the capacity of community organizations to decrease reliance on punitive police criminalization by responding differently to transgression and conflict in our communities. It is possible to respond to distress and harm with care and to take a harm reduction approach to community safety in this city. Mayor Tory and Police Chief Demkiw want to increase funding to a service that is systemically racist, kills and causes great harm, and is not effective. The only appropriate response is to defund and ultimately abolish the Toronto Police Service to create a safer, more livable city that invests in ending economic, racial, social, and gendered inequalities instead of policing them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Kilshahill. Any questions from board members? I see none. Again, thank you, sir, for your deputation. The next person we have is Jessica Westhead.
Hello. My name is Jessica Westhead, and I live in Toronto with my family. I'm here to speak out against Mayor Tory's plan to increase the police budget by nearly $50 million this year in the name of safety for Torontonians. Abundant research shows that the safest communities are those with the most resources for citizens, not the most policing. Housing, food security, education, libraries, public health, addiction treatment and support for drug users, robust and compassionate mental health services, and a commitment to ending chronic homelessness are the types of services the city must fund to ensure and increase safety for the citizens of our city. The city must also consult with and defer to the grassroots community-led organizations who have been doing the hard work on the ground of mutual aid and who know their community members best and what they need. In addition, as recent reports have proven, policing disproportionately and unjustly targets non-white Torontonians. As others today have mentioned, the Toronto Police themselves released a report this past summer recognizing that they are indeed systemically racist. As a white middle-class person who benefits from the system of white supremacy that the Toronto Police Service is part of, I no longer believe that the police are the answer to creating safety. Increased policing will mean an increased level of harassment and violence that disproportionately and unjustly targets members of the city's systemically neglected communities, including racialized, 2S LGBTQ+ and impoverished and unhoused communities, and especially Black and Indigenous people. We need to invest in the health and welfare of our citizens and increase funding for our social safety net, not the police budget. When all community members feel connected and cared for and respected, that's where true safety comes from. My neighbors look out for me. I've gotten to know my neighbors a lot more since COVID happened, and I've said to them often, I'm so glad you're looking out for me. As other deputants have said today, police do not prevent criminal acts from happening. So I'm asking Mayor Tory, as a concerned Torontonian who loves this city, I still love it, to please scrap his harmful plan to increase the police budget and instead commit to defunding the police, using our city's tax revenue for services that will result in real safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Westhead. Any questions from board members? I see none. Again, thank you for your deputation. Thank you. We have Carrie Perrott. What's next up? Carrie? Carrie, can you hear us?
Hi, thanks everyone for having me, and I'm so grateful for the other speakers who have spoken today. My name is Carrie Perot, and I'm a resident in subsidized housing in York Southwestern. I am here because I live in an under-resourced community that has significant crime rate, and I can see firsthand how policing does not serve our community or the safety needs that we have. I am unequivocally opposed to the budget increases being proposed for the Toronto Police Services and believe that the path forward must work towards defunding the police force. Mayor Tory the other day said in an extensive interview how the TPS budget needs to increase, not because of what he quoted as academic papers, but because of people's need to feel safe. This is not empirical data, and in fact, all data across the city, the country, and North America speaks directly opposed to this. According to Mayor Tory, he is supporting a budget based on addressing the feelings of some constituents. What is not being addressed by this budget allocation are the actual concerns our city has. When we say that the city has a safety problem, the actual problems being brought to light are the mental health crisis-based concerns, the rising costs of food, racism, and those who are unhoused. Having more police in our communities does not address the root cause of any of these problems, and those police budget line items should be reallocated to areas with less feelings where more people could be impacted. We have a responsibility to change our own desires for violence, and we must, at all costs, work to serve those who are vulnerable. Police respond to crimes and violence. They do not prevent it. These issues are far more complex than the housing and addiction management, and despite the TPS hope to work in crisis and de-escalation, this is opposed to their role and what and how they behave in our communities. The police and their crime prevention efforts are inadequate, not because of budget, but because of the primary role the police play. Their current budget and proposed budget increase removes necessary resources from other organizations in our city, as well as the overall city budget is a finite resource. Finally, I'd like to add that the repetitive marketing tagline that the TPS has been using for just $1 a day per citizen for their budget increase in hopes of increasing millions of dollars above any other organization that would best serve our communities is both desperate and dishonorable. Thank you so much for letting me join today, and thank you to everybody else who spoke.
Thank you, Ms. Farrell. Board members, any questions? I see none. Thank you. I'd like Brittany Caron, virtual.
Yes, hello. Well, Chair Morgan, it's disheartening that you seem to be deciding to follow in the footsteps of the highly despised Pringle and Hart. For example,
Sorry,
by
Mr.
nominating
Langenfeld, could you just hold on one second? Just 1 second, Mr. Langenfeld. There was just some clarification, Doobie. Sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Langenfeld. Sorry.
So you're restarting my time, and I'll restart?
Yes, I am. You have your full 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, Chair Morgan, it's disheartening that you seem to be deciding to follow in the footsteps of the highly despised Hart and Pringle. For example, by nominating Vice Chair Nunziata and then ignoring the court's decisions that have affirmed free speech rights, with you thinking you can tell the public that what they can and can't say. I remind you that the adult citizens of Canada aren't the elementary school children that you typically principal over. But then those who choose to follow
Mr. Langenfeld, I ask that you please stick to the items at hand. If this has specific needs to the budget and what's being proposed, I ask that you stick to that. Thank you very much.
But those who choose to follow the advice of Rudy Giuliani Jr. there are asking for what they get. Looking at the service's operating budget, while the service regularly compares the number of residents per Toronto police officer to other cities, they do that again here today. They consistently ignore the truth that in other cities like New York, Chicago, and Montreal, the police don't have a separately funded police force of transit officers, as Toronto has the TTC special constables, and none of the other cities appear to have a separately funded force for subsidized housing, like Toronto's TCHC special constables, not to mention Toronto's city traffic agents, who also aren't part of the TPS's budget, while in other compared cities, their police also provide and budget for all of their city's traffic enforcement officers. So it must be taken into account that Toronto actually has many hundreds of other quasi-police officers, consuming the associated many hundreds of millions of dollars in taxpayer funds, which have simply been moved to other city budgets and don't appear as part of the TPS budget. quasi-police who unfortunately aren't accountable under any of the public oversight legislation that actual police officers are subject to. And of course, those compared cities probably also have uniformed officers performing the tasks that Toronto now has civilians doing. So this crude comparison between select cities is wholly misleading, but then I suppose that's the intent. Moving on to the bottom of page 31, PDF page 34 in the Chief's report, it says, quote, the budget request was reviewed throughout the development process with the command and city representatives, close quote. So Chief, if that isn't simply a typo that failed to mention the board, when did board members authorize the service to bypass the board, including the board's statutory obligation to transact their business open to the public, in order that the service might collaborate directly with the city, aka John Tory, in secret? When did the board vote that into effect? Since you don't allow enough time on the service operating budget, I'll only mention that under People and Culture tab of the Corporate Services Command spreadsheet, I note that you've added 82 uniformed officers to the People and Culture Department. What's the explanation for adding 82 more uniformed officers costing $12 million to People and Culture? Is it only so that we can expect more opportunities to see 7 service employees making today's presentation? Is that how the service and mayor plan on making the people of Toronto safer? Moving on to the board's operating budget, looking at salaries and benefits, for 2015, the board budgeted under $1 million for salaries and benefits. October 2015, minute P259. And the 2022 budget, meanwhile, is almost $1.35 million, already a 39.7% increase from 2015. Now the board staff salary and benefits ask for $1.56 million for 2023, an additional 15% over 2022. And that even projects another 11.7% for 2024 on top of that. Meanwhile, previous board staff never failed to publish agendas and minutes on time. They also produced and maintained a very useful annual index of topics discussed and which monthly minutes they appeared in. In 2015, they administered 12 regular meetings and 1 special meeting on community engagements. In 2016, there were 12 meetings and 1 budget meeting in October. In 2014, there were 12 meetings and 2 special meetings on street checks. In 2017, there were 12 regular meetings and 2 budget meetings in September and October, plus a special meeting on tasers. And most of those meetings regularly had dozens of speakers, and at least 1 town hall probably had in excess of 100 people.
Thank you, Mr. Langenfeld.
Until 4 p.m.
You've reached your time. Thank you very much for your presentation.
If you hadn't have interrupted me, and
I actually gave you additional time, Mr. Langenfeld, that I provided to all deputants. So again, thank you for your time. We'll move on to the next deputant.
Did you interrupt when they were speaking? I'm sorry, I must have missed that.
Board members, do you have any questions to the? No, you don't. Thank you very much. Doobie, could we have the next deputant is Ms. Butterfly Gopal.
How many times? Good afternoon. I've been here many times over the last 20 years, fighting for communities like Jane and Finch and other Black, racialized, Indigenous communities, poor working communities across the city of Toronto. My name is Butterfly Sabrina Gopal. I'm a resident member of Jane Finch Action Against Poverty, JFAP, and a community legal worker at Parkdale Community Legal Services. JFAP are residents who are frontline workers, teachers, PSWs, and other healthcare providers, folks on OW, ODSP, youth, students, workers in precarious jobs in the city of Toronto working in our parks and rec, are folks who get employment from temporary agencies and unsafe means to survive. Shame on you for having these deputations on the first Monday of the year. If you want meaningful engagement with communities that are most impacted by more police on our roads, you would have done this better.
Yes.
These interactions lead in death, lead in more mental health, more isolation, instead of investing in our communities. Putting more cops on the road is another huge slap in our face. Disadvantaged communities who are living in chronic, systemic, and structural socioeconomic violence. Shame on all of you. JFAP strongly opposes Mayor John Tory's proposal to increase $84.3 million budget to the Toronto Police Services. John Tory claims, open quote, "One of our principal responsibilities is to keep communities safe and to keep Torontonians safe. This will show itself in the proposed 4.3% increase in the police budget," close quote. We know, and everybody knows, including the police lobbyists like Tory, and more policing does not bring community safety. Contrary to the promise of safer communities, policing has harmfully impacted Black and racialized communities in our neighborhood of Jane and Finch. Police don't serve and protect Black, racialized, and poor communities. Policing criminalizes vulnerable groups while protecting the rich and carrying out racist, white supremacist policies and practices. Policies persecutes and alienates individuals from their communities while failing to address the social causes of crime. And yet the Mayor of Toronto's City Council continues to ignore widespread calls to defund the police. Toronto Police already have a huge budget, $1.2 million budget. This budget has been totally unnecessary to begin with in our communities, having for long calling for defunding the Toronto Police budget, immediately decreasing it to half and reallocating 50% to community programs and services. The addition $48.3 million to the police budget is opportunistic, outrageous, and not justifiable whatsoever. The mayor is using the concerns for safety, which are rooted in unequal and unjust social, economic, and political systems, as a pretext to lobby for more policing. With almost $50 million allocated to our communities across the city instead of the police, we can hire more than 800 youth workers, community workers, social workers, mental health counselors. Tarish Bobby Ramsarup needed mental health workers and the community support, and not 20 insensitive, violent, oppressive cops at their door, which led to his tragic death. There's too many harms, injustices, and deaths and overall tragedies at the hand of the Toronto Police. More policing is never the answer. More community investment, more hiring of community workers, social workers, youth workers are crucial. More investments in housing and enhanced to our public education, our public health, and social and employment services are crucial. We call for the total rejection of John Tory's proposal to increase the police budget. And I reiterate our call to defund the police. We are in solidarity, and we will work with community allies across the city to protest against any increase to the Toronto Police budget. And those deputing with us right now at the TTC board against more budget to add more fair inspectors, we're in solidarity with.
Thank you very much, Ms. Roqual, for your deputation. Board members have any questions for the deputant? I see none. Thank you very much for your deputation. Thank you. Is Simon Black? Is Simon here? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Simon Black. I am an associate professor in the Faculty of Social Sciences at Brock University in St. Catharines, and one of the researchers and co-producers behind the documentary short film, It Takes a Riot, Race, Rebellion, Reform, a film which explores the historical context, causes, and aftermath of the Yonge Street riots of 1992 otherwise known as a rebellion, which indeed began as a peaceful march against police violence organized by the Black Action Defense Committee. I am also a resident of Ward 9. As a resident of this city, as a taxpayer, and as a social scientist with a belief in the power and efficacy of evidence-based, or at the very least evidence-informed policymaking, I'm very concerned by Mayor John Tory's proposal to increase the $1.2 billion budget of the Toronto Police Services by nearly $50 million. In a news release, the mayor has said, and I quote, "We have to combat the crime and violence we have seen. I want a safe city for every resident, everywhere in Toronto, at all times." I think we can agree that the vast majority of Torontonians desire a safe city for every resident, everywhere, at all times. But there is scant recent sound evidence to suggest that more police, a larger police budget, leads to greater community safety and lower crime rates, including rates of serious crime. In short, more cops do not lead to less crime or safer communities. The oft-cited meta-analysis of police agency size and crime research published by Eck, Lee, and Casaro in 2017, which was a systematic review of 40 years of research on the relationship between police agency size, or the number of officers, and crime, found the effect on crime of adding or subtracting police to be, and I quote, minuscule and not statistically significant. Practically, they found, and I continue to quote, police agency size has no impact on crime. That's a review of 40 years of research. We do, however, have evidence of the role police play in the ongoing marginalization and criminalization of communities experiencing social exclusion, including low-income communities and particularly the low-income Black, Indigenous, and racialized communities. A Toronto police report published last year found that Black and Indigenous people in crisis were nearly twice as likely to have force used on them by officers. We have examples of successful violence reduction programs from cities across the world and various non-police solutions to the pressing social problems we face, such as Stockholm's mental health ambulance, Glasgow's community initiative to reduce violence, the Cure Violence or ceasefire model adopted by a number of cities, which emphasizes prevention by treating community and gun violence as a public health issue. A model the City of Toronto recognizes with SafeTO, but severely underfunds. This city must develop non-police solutions to the social problems we face. The city cannot do this alone, but where it can't, we must expect our political leaders to become our city's best advocates, demanding investments from upper levels of government while not excluding the possibility of new revenue-generating tools at the municipal level. We should be investing in housing, employment, and in public health in ways that directly target the problems of public safety. Rather than criminalizing the unhoused, we need increased investments in supportive housing. Instead of gang and gun units, we need community-based anti-violence programs, trauma services, and good jobs for young people. Instead of police in schools, we need more counselors, after-school programs, and restorative justice programs, all of which have plenty of evidence behind them and research to suggest that they work. It is now time to reduce, not significantly expand, the budget of the TPS. I fear that the mayor's aversion to evidence-informed or evidence-based policymaking when it comes to matters of public and community safety will have a lasting and damaging effect on the social fabric of our city, and particularly the most marginalized within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Again, thank you for your deputation.
Thank you.
Colleen Brown?
Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to address you on the matter at hand. My statement is very brief. I support Mayor John Tory's proposal for additional police funding for the protection and safety of local guests and workers in the downtown core. I am the owner of a Toronto-based business contracted by a number of BIAs in the downtown area to assess and report the cleanliness and safety of the city streets within their respective boundaries. With over 6 years of daily walks throughout the BIAs, our employees have curated a unique intimacy of each street. Regrettably, with each passing year, unwelcome changes within many of the streets have caused them concern for their own safety as it does for others. Within the past 18 months, my team has been on the receiving end of a substantial increase in verbal assaults, objects thrown at them, and even physical violence by street-involved individuals, just by virtue of walking on the sidewalk. They have and still witnessed drug and alcohol abuse on streets and the unsightly urine and defecation that follows. My team has also noticed an increase in large gang-related graffiti tags in some areas of downtown. Their presence alone is cause for concern. However, our responsibility to remove them brings a growing fear of repercussions. Property damage and vandalism are also on a very worrisome rise. The use of transit has become just as concerning. My team sees unpredictable violence on streetcars and subways to and from work that now brings with it a level of fear that did not exist just a few years ago. So for these reasons, I hope the Toronto Police Services Board gives consideration to the reality my team now faces daily, who as a group are a microcosm of a greater population in the downtown core, and that you support the need for increased safety and coverage as proposed. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair. The deputants that are here may not like what some deputants are saying virtually, but I appreciate that you respect them all as they respect you when you're speaking. So I would ask that if you don't disrupt other deputants, I don't think it's very respectful. Thank you.
Miss, thank you.
A whole report that you're skating past today, you apologize to who? Who did you apologize
So,
to? The people you're telling to
Mr.
shut up?
Cole, right now there's a deputant that has the floor, so we'd like to address the deputant. You had your opportunity to speak. Thank you very much. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Thank you very much. We have the next person, deputant, William Paul. Is William here? Thank you very much. So we're now providing a second warning, Mr. Cole.
You're gonna arrest me again? Oh no! Just
I am.
tell everybody what you guys do. Just prove the point. Bring in the guys with the guns. Do whatever y'all need to do, man. I'm joined. I'll have to go to jail today.
Could we just hold the time?
Hi,
I want to make sure that the deputant has his opportunity to have his full time.
All right, am I ready?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead.
My name's William Paul, and I am a retired principal, school principal, a longtime resident of the city, and the publisher of School Magazine. Now, I've listened to much of this meeting. I've been here for 4 hours, and I note, Chief Demkiw, your remarks at the beginning of this process, and I have to say I've listened to that very speech many, 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 many times as school boards have tried to justify or go to their population to say, please, we need an increase in our budgets, right? So. However, as I suspect it will happen here, you may well indeed get your $48.3 million increase. School boards get cut. That's the only difference. Now, when I first read the TPS request for $48.3 million increase to hire 200 additional police officers, my reaction first was, am I misunderstanding something? People are suffering out there from food insecurity, lack of affordable housing, inflation. We're just returning to some semblance of normal after 2 years of pandemic. We've watched as our provincial government has made deep cuts into public workers' wages, social services, education, health, and yet the TPS wants more. This can't be true, I thought. What police force, in light of the immense and continued demands that its authority be curtailed, that it be defunded, would ask for more? What police force in a city like Toronto, whose own chief acknowledged systemic racism in our policing towards black people, who along with Middle Eastern and Indigenous residents experience much greater enforcement and use of force in their populations. Who would want to put more officers out on the street? I couldn't understand it. Unfortunately, this fits into someone's broader vision of our city. In 2018, along with the many cuts of the Ford government, we saw City Council sliced nearly in half. Then, as soon as Mr. Ford was re-elected, he introduced Bill 3, giving the Mayor of Toronto stronger powers with which to override City Council decisions, all in the service of provincial priorities. And it's important that we remember that. More recently, Bill 39 enables the Mayor to pass items, again serving provincial priorities, with only 1/3 of the City Council support. So, this is what we have now. We have a strong Mayor, a weak City Council, and a weaker democracy here in Toronto. This is the direction that we're taking. It's quite clear to me. To some, the suffering that people are undergoing during these times would call for support, more money spent on social programs, education, health, a truly equitable distribution of money and resources. But this is not a provincial priority. I'm coming back to that. It is clearly not a provincial priority. This budget proposal is a test, actually. This is the first kick at the can for Mayor John Tory in his new role as a strong mayor. This is what this is about. He has to win this budget. This is first, it's a start. And it's also a way that Tory will help with the provincial government deal with their priorities. I'd like to ask, or to point out a couple of things that I found struck me as odd about the increased demands on police. And what are these increased demands? The MCI indicators that I read show a slight decrease in demand for police attention. That strikes me as being odd. Also, I'd like to look at the this issue with city deficits, City of Toronto deficits. Toronto was looking for $234 million at the end of this year. It faces a $1.5 billion deficit in 2023, and yet the police board is asking for more money? From where? From increased potholes in our street, from increased lack of safety, just in basic services. So this money desperately needs to go to food insecurity. And I point out that the increase of 1.5 million to 1.68 million visits from, according to the food bank, the Daily Bread Food Bank. Child hunger now figures at a 6% figure in the city. So the TPS wants more money, but we've got a 6% increase in child hunger. I would suggest, very briefly, that instead of putting money towards this budget, that you,
Mr.
even if you gave half,
your time is up. I'll give you 10 more seconds. 10 seconds.
Thank you. If you gave half of this increase, you could hire 600 child and youth workers and 420 social workers to deal with the serious problems within the city. Think of it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul. Board members, any questions to the deputants? I see none. Thank you for your deputation, Mr. Paul. We have Bill Worrell. Doobie.
Hello. Can you hear me? Okay, good. Yes, so my name is Bill Worrell, and I'm the chair of the Oakwood Vaughan Community Organization, or OVCO. Our Toronto community is in the area of Eglinton West, Dufferin, Oakwood, Vaughan Road. We are the home of Little Jamaica. I have lived and raised a family in this community for 42 years, with my two daughters attending local public schools. OVCO is an incorporated not-for-profit charitable organization of residents in the Oakwood Vaughan community with a signed-up list of 250 supporters and members. OVCO is widely recognized as a voice of residents. We collaborate with many local agencies and all three levels of government. Oakwood Vaughan has experienced its share of public violence. Policing and community safety have been a focus of concern in our Oakwood Vaughan community for many years. In January 2020, OVCO, after months of community consultation and discussions with local political representatives, produced a brief position paper on community safety and policing that expands the concept from guns and gangs to a broader view of safety, the promotion of which lies in addressing the social determinants of health as the roots of fundamental solutions to the causes of community violence. Data-based academic studies generally identify the social determinants of health as income and social status, employment and working conditions, education and literacy, childhood experiences, physical environments, social supports and coping skills, healthy behaviors, access to health services, biology and genetic endowment, gender, culture, race, and racism. In relation to the last point, race relations with the police, and in particular with the Black members of our community, is an important issue. There are some community members who argue they are less safe with more police presence. At the same time, there's a serious lack of services in Oakwood Vaughan. Rather than expanding the police budget, the city needs to deal with these underlying issues. We reject the mayor's use of a purported increase in crime based on unsubstantiated data and his use of a populist response to headlines for political gain. There is no credible data that indicate more police presence leads to increased community safety. We would argue, and data confirms, that moving funds to mental health services, youth programs, housing, income supports, to name a few, would go much further in protecting community safety. The Roots of Youth Violence report, which was written in 2008, a few years ago, commissioned by the provincial government and led by Alvin Curling, refers to 4 pillars: a repaired social context for all Ontarios by addressing the roots of violence involving youth, including poverty, racism, poor housing, youth mental health, education, the need for supports for families and youth engagement, and issues arising in youth justice. Number 2, a youth policy framework to guide and coordinate policies and programs for youth by reference to developmental stages and outcome goals. Number 3, a neighborhood capacity and empowerment focus to strengthen communities through initiatives such as schools as hubs, supporting resident engagement and stable funding for agencies. And finally, integrated governance to drive and coordinate work across Ontario, the Ontario government to work effectively with other orders of government. When you hear these pillars, how far have we gotten in those many years? City funding should focus on these underlying issues that promote healthy communities, affordable housing, an accessible and strong social and health service system, robust incomes, a strong community life, and a serious effort to address issues of racism and marginalization, to truly address crime prevention. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to speak, and especially all the amazing deputations that have preceded me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Worrell. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. Thank you very much. Next up, Becky Hummel.
Hi, my name is Daniel Hummel. Thank you for the chance to speak on this matter. I am a disabled, transgender, non-conforming settler who works and plays in so-called Toronto. I don't have a lot to say. I think Mr. Cole and Ms. Kerr and others have said what needs to be said, so I'll simply reiterate that the plans to increase the police budget by $48 million this year in the name of safety and Torontarians is reprehensible and a farce. Plentiful research shows that the safest communities are those with the most resources for citizens, not the most policing, as dozens of people have already said today. Housing, food security, education, libraries, accessible art programs, addiction treatment and support for substance users, and a commitment to ending chronic homelessness are the types of services the city needs to fund to ensure and increase safety for the citizens and visitors of Toronto. In addition, as recent reports have proven, policing disproportionately and unjustly targets non-white Torontarians. Increased policing will mean an increased level of harassment and abuse of our city's minority groups, something your office seems to be continuously in favor of. You've acknowledged that the Toronto police are systemically racist, and to be then increasing this budget truly demonstrates that your earlier words in this meeting are simply lip service, and that you have no clear intentions of increasing the support for non-police services. And I agree that the police should be defunded and abolished, not granted more funds. Please reconsider this short-sighted plan to increase the police budget and instead commit to using our city's tax revenues for services that will result in real safety. We don't need more police in the streets. We need to be safe from the police. You have the power to either work towards ending oppression, or you can choose to continue contributing it. The choice is yours, and I urge you to vote to reallocate these funds to much-needed community support. That's everything. Thank you to everyone who has taken time out of their day to come and speak in opposition to this budget increase. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for your deputation. Board members, any questions? Again, thank you for your deputation. Next deputant, Sam Tekel. Okay. Thank you.
There. My name is Mackenzie. I'm hoping that you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
I'm a Master's of Science Health graduate, and my day job supports those who are fighting for issues related to justice. So I, too, am going to echo what many other community members have mentioned today, and what Black, Indigenous, and people of color in the city have been advocating for far too long. The plan to increase the police budget by nearly $50 million this year in the name of safety for Torontonians is a very poor allocation of taxpayers' funds. Plenty of research has shown that the safest communities are those with the most resources for its citizens, such as housing, food security, education, mental health services, addiction treatment, and support for drug users, and a commitment to ending chronic homelessness. These are the type of services that our city is, and these are the services that will increase safety for the people in our city. The police are not the ones who can provide these services. The police who have murdered Toronto community members who are in mental health crises in the city cannot be the ones to do this job. The funds that the Toronto Police Service are currently being provided are also not being used well. Research shows that the cost for taxpayers is $31,065 a year to criminalize a single person experiencing homelessness, while the yearly cost to provide supportive housing is $10,000. Housing, or meeting the basic survival and safety needs of individuals, is an investment that acts to safety. People get in unsafe situations when their safety needs aren't met, not because they are bad people that need to be surveyed. I'd also like to add that officers do salary raises. The typical Toronto Police Service officer, according to Glassdoor, earns over $100,000 per year, and this is well above the salary in Canada and in so-called Toronto. As recent reports have proven, police are disproportionately and unjustly targeting non-white Torontonians. And at the top of the meeting, the city's ratio of officers per number of citizens was mentioned, and yet police are stationed disproportionately in non-white minority communities. These communities are not made safe by police. These communities have been underfunded and need social services. More surveillance is not the answer. Increased police will mean an increased level of harassment and abuse to these minority groups. And this, frankly, is going to mean bad press for our current leadership and for the City of Toronto. The violence that was caused by police on peaceful protesters at Lamport, for example, was national news, and it was an embarrassment. The current approach of throwing more funds to police has been proven for years that it is not working, and it's killing our citizens, primarily marginalized citizens. I want to leave you with some final thoughts. So as I mentioned, my day job is supporting people who fight for justice. And one of the patterns that I've noticed when dealing with people in positions of power is that their legislative decisions often originate from a belief that individual citizens are inherently bad, that people do bad things or end up in bad situations because they are bad or lesser people. Decades of leading with this belief have improved nothing. Social services continue to shrink to fund more police, crime continues, and citizens in crisis are killed. Police are a Band-Aid and often a bad, deadly infection on a third-degree burn. A gash this deep needs proper care. What if we let our communities, our citizens, with the radical belief that when citizens are given care, when their safety and survival needs are supported, that this reduces crime, that social services rather than surveillance reduce crime. So I hope that members of this meeting believe that people are not inherently bad, that they are inherently good, and that we can practice goodness together when our needs are met. How many lives will be lost at the hands of police before we give real experts the funds they need to provide real support? Bobby Ramrope, Regis Korchinski Paquette, Ezra Amos, DeAndre Campbell, Andrew Loku, 15-year-old Christian. I am so tired of learning the names of my neighbors after they've been taken from us by police. We cannot keep funding this service. Our citizens are losing the services they need, and many are losing their lives because we continue to put money into police. And might I add that over 200 people living on the streets and in shelters died in 2021. These deaths are preventable, but only if supportive housing and adequate social services are funded. So we're asking, many of us today are asking, to please commit to rejecting this proposal to increase the police budget. I'm under the age of 30, and honestly, the only hope that I hold for my future is the idea that there are other ways of conducting our societies, that our current approaches are failing,
Thank you, Mackenzie.
and that for many of us, we're being killed.
We've given you
Thank you for your time, and I
Thank-
hope that you continue to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Board members, any questions to the deputant? I see none. The next up is Sean Ain. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone, and all those assigned COP at birth. My name is Sean In, and I'm a student at the University of Toronto. I'm pursuing a PhD in biochemistry, and I am a part of a larger student collective called Students Mobilizing Against Systemic Hardship at U of T, or in short, SMASH U of T. And we support students who face systemic injustice by the hands of not just the university, but the city itself. One such injustice is the use of police force on campus grounds in the form of campus police, or as they have recently rebranded themselves, campus safety. Policing in schools is prevalent throughout Toronto, and at U of T, special constables are granted enhanced authority by you, which basically gives them authority of a police officer while being on campus. This also brings expanded special powers to deal with criminal offenses, which apparently includes experiencing mental health crises. This has led to traumatic instances on campus where students experiencing mental health crises are intimidated, handcuffed, and brutalized. And other scenarios where student community leaders like residence assistants have to de-escalate situations, some involving weapons, while campus safety stands by, merely watches, and sometimes even refuses to engage. U of T and TPS claim that the deployment of special constables is a way to reduce police presence on campus. This is a bad faith argument because there's no difference, no fundamental difference between how campus police and how TPS responds to and deals with members of our community that are struggling with mental health, addiction, houselessness, just to name a few. We are also seeing increased police presence in high schools and elementary schools. This is being justified by you all by saying, oh, there's increased violence in schools. However, this is yet again another bad faith argument because this violence is a direct result of decades of funding cutbacks that have severely reduced the number of teachers, support staff, and proper resources from our schools, which, mind you, disproportionately impacts racialized and working class students. Students are being met at their schools with cops roaming their halls with their weapons drawn. In what world is that okay? During the recent winter storms as well, it was the members of the community that were out there, like students, teachers, and everyday working class people, that have been organizing relief efforts for those experiencing houselessness. Where were you? I'll tell you where. You were busy evicting people out of shelters. You were busy evicting people out of parks. You were busy intimidating and brutalizing advocates for simply trying to bring to the people what they need. You have said multiple times today, due to rising population, the number of cops per capita is declining. And you attribute this to rising crime rates and violence in our communities, but I'm here to tell you yet again, this is another bad faith argument, okay? It's a bad faith argument to justify your budget request and your entire existence. Funds allocated to shelters, housing and employment supports, childcare, mental health resources have also been declining despite the rising population and demands of the people. Okay? And let me tell you, they definitely don't have over $1 billion, okay, like you do. So, what could we do instead with your money? We could prioritize providing trauma-informed support and relief, harm reduction strategies, and community-centered programs focused on providing basic fundamental necessities of human life. Maybe, and this goes for you all and the BIA if you're listening, if you didn't have your home or your multiple properties or your estates or vacation homes, maybe then you would agree that having a shelter and housing is a basic human necessity, whether or not you can afford it, okay? If you didn't have food or you didn't have your caretakers making food for you and your family, maybe then you would agree that food is a basic necessity. If you and your children didn't have access to healthcare, drinking water, and sanitation, maybe then you would agree that those are all fundamental needs for your own survival. If you and your children were being disproportionately policed, surveyed, patrolled, and executed by your hands, maybe then you would agree that being policed is actually not a basic human necessity. But until then, do enjoy your overinflated budget. Do enjoy this massive building on 40 College Street that could actually be reclaimed and repurposed to provide food, shelter, and care to the communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for your deputation. Board members, any questions? I see none. Thank you very much for your deputation. We don't have any additional ones, right? Is there a Sherry Abdul Hussein? Sherry? Do we know? Okay. All right. So I want to just thank all the deputants that came in person today, and those also presented virtually, and the numerous ones that also provided written submissions. At this point, we want to be able to have an opportunity for the board to ask some questions. So I'd ask that the service members, if they can please return to the front and have an opportunity to have some questions from our board.
That's what you guys call engaging.
And? Yeah.
They did talk about it. I haven't been shot yet.
Just wait till they come up. Yeah. Mr. Chair, could I? I was waiting for
Okay. And you can
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you. This is and forgive me because I know this is a compound question, but maybe I can ask it, and then perhaps I'm directing it first towards Superintendent Papauski and Superintendent McIntyre, but anybody can jump in with respect to an answer. We keep hearing all the deputants talking about that the money is not only the existing budget, but the extra budget is not contributing to crime prevention, and there is no evidence-based sort of approach by Toronto Police. So what I wanted to ask you is in a couple of areas. First, whether or not there's a correlation in these areas to crime prevention, safety, and dollar efficiencies. And the first one is, and maybe this is more for Superintendent McIntyre, we talked a little bit high-end investigations and the increased cost, but can you perhaps comment on whether or not, for example, gun seizures, drug seizures, large-scale child pornography seizures, do they in fact, them in itself, prevent further crime on the streets as a result of the investigations?
Certainly. You know, if you take any one of those facets, the guns themselves, we talked about 62 firearms being taken off the street during Project Barbell. That would, you know, potentially stop all those 62 firearms from being used on the street. They would have been purchased by somebody here in the GTA. They would have been used at some point. So that's certainly just that one seizure alone. We can really put a number on it, but that in itself would have prevented crime.
Can I just jump in, if I may, Chair? Just to add a little more, as far as, you know, the impact of drug enforcement, gun enforcement, I think what's got to be remembered in the context of crimes as it relates to guns, certainly, is we had just under 200 people struck by firearms this past year. A very significant amount of trauma and harm in our communities. Out of the 70 murders we experienced last year, 44 of them were shooting homicides. And while you know, we can talk about gun violence in that context when it comes to the seizures and the prevention of gun violence. Unlike drugs, firearms are not consumed. They continue to circulate. Illegal guns continue to circulate in communities and cause harm until they're taken off the street. And the reality is that every gun, every illegal gun seized does a couple things. Certainly prevents them from being used to cause further trauma and harm, but additionally it provides us an opportunity to investigate the source of those firearms and to do everything we can to bring to justice those who are causing trauma and harm in our communities with illicit, illegal firearms, and to help policymakers understand where the problem resides as it relates to firearms on the streets of Toronto. We've heard many times, both Chief Raymer and myself speak of an incredible amount of proliferation of handguns from the United States on our streets, and we know that because we investigate the firearm seizures, we investigate the sources of those firearms, and that helps us determine where to put our resources to try to stem the flow of further proliferation of illegal guns. And additionally, you heard us speak of this in 2022, that young persons are becoming increasingly engaged in firearms, and the proliferation of oversized capacity magazines is becoming a far greater growing problem. All of that to say that every time we seize those types of illegal products and illegal guns, we prevent further harm and trauma in our communities.
Thank you, Chief. And maybe this is more under the portfolio of Superintendent Papauski, but for example, I understand Toronto Police is involved in public education. One area is in the area of usage of the internet and social media. Going out to schools, various units, and trying to educate children. Does this translate into savings and sort of prevention in the area of human trafficking and child exploitation and those types of frauds that can be perpetrated, dissemination of photos and people then doing revenge porn and those kind of things. I wonder if you could just comment on that.
Absolutely, certainly it does, because of the fact that it brings about awareness. Some people may not know that them taking pictures of each other at a certain age constitutes child pornography, and that there's a lack of awareness. So certainly any time that a police officer goes into a school or engages with youth, not even on that formal kind of platform of actually lecturing in school, but just one-on-one conversations as well, really helps to bring awareness to programs and awareness of what that would entail to constitute an offense under that, in that area.
And my last question would be as well, not only just from, let's say, neighborhood community officers and outreach education programs, does this, these savings and crime prevention and public safety also occur with these gang exit strategies, even conflict resolutions, either through a school or an after-school program, and even conversations about boundaries for children so they can support their bodily integrity and understand and prevent sex assaults. Can you comment on that?
This is teachers' work. It's not police work. It's teachers' work.
So
you're taking money out of our schools to give it in the hands of the police. You can't even go talk
Okay,
to
let
them.
me,
You've got a gun at school. You can't educate
Sir.
Mr. Cole, I ask that you, this is a third warning.
Or else what?
If this continues, we're going to have to ask you to remove yourself from the space.
That's not going to happen.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure we have an opportunity to be respectful to others that are here that have the opportunity to also want to engage. So, I think right now, sir,
Absolutely no sense.
sir, you've had an opportunity to speak. So, you've had an opportunity to speak. So, I think right now you might want to take.
Nonsense. It's a farm the police. Just give them the goddamn money and have it done. Fire the buck cops. And stop having your meetings in a fucking police station.
So I think right now we want to take a recess and have an opportunity to engage. So
I'll move that we have a
thank you.
recess.
Seconder for that? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Keep funding a bullet. Yes. Because you can't tell the truth. If you were just a transport administration of death. Pushing paper to kill us.
So Leanne, you have a...
We're tired. We're hungry.
Can you just confirm we're webcasting still?
Thank you very much, everyone. I want to resume our meeting and provide the service an opportunity to finish answering the questions from Member Ann Morgan, if there was any additional information that needed to be provided. Okay, thank you. We have also Ms. Chang that had some additional questions that she would like to have answered.
Thank you. Hold on just a second here. So we hear and see about an escalating and highly visible crisis in mental health, addiction, and homelessness. There would appear to be a need to expedite the pilot of the Gerstein Crisis Center and the city's Toronto Community Crisis Service. I also heard from Superintendent Leanne, I'm sorry, I can't read your last name.
Thank you.
That the Divisional Crisis Support Officer, the goal of 1 per shift, was suspended in 2021. Given these increases and the challenges that the community is facing, is there a possibility that part of the increase in budget could be used to do this, and it would directly impact policing capacity and response time?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the last part of the question?
So given that we see these increases in mental health, addiction, and homelessness, I guess it's not just a question for you, because we see these efforts that are being made to create different kinds of responses. So through divisional crisis support, through MCIT, through Gerstein Crisis Center, through the city's Toronto Community Crisis Service. These are all different ways we're trying to address mental health, addiction, homelessness. And the Gerstein Crisis Center is currently a pilot. I think it's a 3-year pilot. But given this tremendous pressure and growth of this challenge, is there a possibility in this budget that could expedite a pilot or expand it so that we could ensure that there is that diversity of support, so that we don't replicate what was shared earlier, that 20 officers appear when someone's in a mental health crisis?
So I can maybe take a first cut, and then if anyone wants to expand. So this budget does include the continuation of the Gerstein Crisis Center pilot, as well as the pilot with the city. And part of the AG's recommendations, there is a kind of a multi-year implementation plan that includes looking at all of the different calls and continuing to divert where possible those calls that wouldn't necessitate a police response. And so that is an ongoing area that we're continuing to sort of press the gas on, as opposed to not, and actually go through those. The piece around the divisional crisis support officers, I think the distinction is we do in fact have over 337 officers across the city trained. And so that does provide very broad coverage across the city. The difference is it's not dedicated, that is the only calls they go to. The reality is the calls are prioritized, and so there's other calls that they will also go to. But we have continued the DCSO program, and the budget includes continuing to train and maintain a certain level to have adequate coverage across the city for that.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, we're still going to send 20 people. So if I could just add, this is fundamentally about us being able to deliver on some core services. And we go to, as you know, 1.8 million calls a year, of which 33,000 are related to mental health, which leaves an extraordinary amount of calls where the police are required to attend. that are not necessarily mental health related. So the more we can build capacity to respond to assaults in progress, to the robberies in progress, to the shootings, the more some of our specialists have the capacity not to be tied up on those priority 1 and 2 calls and provide the supports that we're speaking of. So the more we can build some of our core service delivery and attend to all the other activities that the police are absolutely required to attend, the greater our bandwidth is to provide the supports you speak of.
Thank you. So we hear about the ratio of officer to residents, and it is compelling. And I guess the question would be, is there a calculation of the crime rate and officer to resident ratio that outlines a benchmark that we should be aiming for? Because even with the added 200 officers, I read that it actually only decreases the ratio by, from 615 to 605, if I'm not mistaken. And so, we compare ourselves to Montreal, Vancouver, Chicago, but I think Chicago has a lot more gun violence than we do. So what would be, is there like some mathematical algorithm out there that calculates crime rate, population, and number of police, and there's a magical number that we should be working towards? Because if this is one of the things that we're being guided by, I'm just wondering what that benchmark might be that we should be aiming for.
So I think this, part of this comes down to kind of service delivery. What we do know is that our priority 1 response time has gone up from 13 to 21 minutes. We do recognize that a comparator with different cities, each city will have its own dynamics, even Montreal and Vancouver, similar different jurisdictions of work. So New York, as an example, has the Port Authority, which is something we don't have. So what the important piece on the comparator is more of the trend, and as opposed to a fixed benchmark number. But ultimately, it's going to come down to service response times and to drive what investments are needed and not.
And so what is the resulting decrease in response time that we can expect with the investment of 200 additional officers? Right now, we have an average, and what would that, I guess, average be that we expect on the other side?
Well, I think it's a little premature for us to make those kind of evaluations.
Mm-hmm.
That's something we need to commit to evaluating and calculating and driving forward on. We are at the state, as I said in my opening remarks, that we need to be able to deliver our core services, and how quickly officers get to somebody's door when they need help, and how quickly our 911 operators can answer the call when people call is something we'll be measuring and evaluating and looking to drive down. There are some standards the board's adopted many years ago that we'll drive towards. But it's too early for me to sit here today and tell you that by this time next year, we'll be down by X amount of minutes. There's many, many factors that contribute to that, but what we will be doing is evaluating and reporting on that.
Yes, because I'm just concerned that as we, every year we're going to have maybe a growth in budget and staffing, and if we don't have a goal to kind of map or guide us, I think with the trust in the public, it could be frayed with that. So I'm not saying we need to have one today, but I think over the course of the year, it would be important to have some goals so that we all know where we're heading.
And that feeds into sort of the multi-year plan, which is, yes, it's people, it's also creating capacity with technology, and it's also continuing call diversion efforts. And each one of it will need an evaluation on the effectiveness and the impact on the demand. And that is something that we are committing to and are accountable for.
But I really feel it's important at this moment, just to go back to comments made earlier that I made, is we're not meeting the acceptable standard for a city of our caliber. And that is what we're investing in. We're asking for an investment in, is to allow us to work towards a multi-year plan to get to be able to deliver some core services where service delivery has been degraded.
Thank you.
One more thing
So
before I go,
the
reason that they don't defer the calls that you're asking about to the university is
Miss-
because if they fear that somebody is going to be violent in a mental health call, they send the cops no matter what. You can hire all the cops you want. Talk about Gerstein Center. You can enlarge that program 10 times. If the dispatcher on that call is afraid of so-called violence by a person with mental health issues, they send the cops in. That's why 20
So,
people administer our friends bad.
Mr. Cole, I appreciate your, thank you very much for your time.
Other people contributing anything of value to this meeting, so the best thing
So-
to do is listen. But you know what, we're good. I'm going to give you guys a lesson in de-escalation.
Thank you
now,
very
since
much.
You don't know anything about that.
Thank you very much.
So the AG report said that we encountered data reliability and quality issues in both projects. There's a need for TPS to review its staffing strategies and address challenges. More detailed data would assist with identifying potential alternative responses. In addition, the Deloitte report on work harassment also spoke to gaps in data, and I'm not sure what part of this budget would reflect an investment in human resource capacity to design and implement data collection processes that would facilitate building a more effective staffing model for 911 calls, as well as for supporting how we address in-work harassment and bullying.
Give me a second to collect my thoughts, but I'm Colin Stairs. I'm the Deputy Chief Information and Technology civilian. Just starting actually on your last question about how do we measure the effectiveness, one of the initiatives we put in place is to build an information management pillar, which didn't exist prior. We're doing that entirely with no additional budget. We're just restructuring the existing staffing. And we're focusing more on how information flows through the service and how it's used for measurement and service quality, service delivery, as opposed to simply in enforcement action, which is the way sort of our system came to be. So as we're doing that, the fact that these folks are sitting here in the way that they are is a reflection of trying to be service oriented and to frame what we're doing as services as opposed to as a set of operations and operational units. And as we do that, we are also in parallel building an analytics framework which looks at each of those products and services and looks at a set of metrics around those products and services. And they are either operational metrics, so things like what's our response time. There are things like accountability metrics, like race-based data. And there is outcome metrics, like what's the crime rate and what's happening to the crime rate in the city. So those will be in a grid across all of all those pieces. We need to build those out to think and to have that conversation with the community as to not only what all those metrics are today, but what they ought to be, and make the investments to actually be able to record and measure those elements. And so that's the work of my portfolio, and that's what we're undertaking. So hopefully that answers your question.
That's great. So with regard to especially race-based data, what parts of intentional consultation will be built into the process with equity-seeking groups?
So I've been running town halls throughout the city, just moving around, and I've been doing that. What was the first date? Was it September? We've been having a lot of very good conversations. A number of the issues raised today have come up in those issues and those conversations, and we're trying to add context and meaning to some pretty cold stats. And understanding what that means in the context of what community members are telling us. There's some very interesting and promising leads on how we can make things better. I'm not prepared to present on those at this time, but as we wrap up the race-based data consultations, and we did promise we were going to have that conversation with community, that we are going to come back to the board, summarize those findings, and update on the action plan and how the action plan's been modified through the consultations.
Thank you. And so as we want to build trust and obviously it's very hard in today's context. We see that high emotions. I think it's all more important that we intentionally engage different groups in our community to make sure their voices are heard. And I wonder, you know, with regard to this budget, I know a survey was done. However, I'm wondering if the Police and Community Engagement Review or Anti-Racism Advisory Panel or Mental Health and Addictions Advisory Panel, have they been involved in this budgeting process?
They received the ARAP group received informational, kind of an informational review on the budget breakdown earlier in the year. They have not specifically been involved in the makeup of these priorities, but their input is reflected in our commitment around race-based data, the action plan in there, as well as some of the equity work specifically.
So as we heard from some of our deputants, that adding police can create negative effects for certain groups in our community. How can these groups be engaged in mitigating the impact as we add to our police force? Or what is the plan?
I think part of what's critical around even the SAFE-TO program is community engagement. So whether that's through the number of committees that Superintendent Paspazowski spoke about, whether that's, and there's specifically local committees at a divisional level to talk about the issues that are happening in the neighborhoods and having active engagement on what those solutions look like. And this budget does support that level of engagement.
I think as someone, who's pretty new to this rodeo, I think it would have been good to have just I mean, I don't know because I'm so newly elected and just the timeline, but more of a ramp and having intentional conversations with ARAP, MHAP, and PACER with regard to how these 200 new hires, how they're allocated, how they would reflect. I think it would be very empowering and trust building.
I think I just add to that, Councillor, is we do an extensive amount of consultation on various elements of work within our service. We've presented on certainly race-based data, the Auditor General's work, the board's 81 directions, missing and missed implementation. All of those elements of reform go to our consultative bodies broadly. We also have an enormous amount of consultation at the local divisional level through CPLCs, as well as the chief's consultative committees and the like, where all the big bodies of work are discussed, but also grassroots local community concerns are discussed. And right now what we're doing with the officers that we are asking for an investment in is really focusing on core service delivery, which is we got to get to the calls. We're not getting to the calls fast enough. That is what's expected by the citizens or by the residents of this city. So right now, what we've heard very clearly, repeatedly in our communities, is we need to get to the call when people call. And that's where our focus is as far as deploying resources, is being responsive to the community feedback we've got broadly across the city.
So I think that's important, and it's what I've also heard from my constituents. They want to know when they call 911, there's a quick answer and there's a quick show up. And I just would want to make sure that for equity-seeking groups, that show up is something that is not creating more risk and challenges for them. Yeah, great. Thank you. That's my question. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Any other members? Member Kazakis?
So I just want to preface a little bit before my question is that I think we're all in agreement on the issues that have been brought up by the deputations and also what's happening in being a 35-year social worker within our communities in the City of Toronto and on the various parts, that all the issues that came up from the sector of social services and the grassroots organizations are very valid. and definitely are gaps in our services. And I think federally, provincially, and municipally, we definitely require funding isn't just the monetary pieces, but the capacity of resource development. And so my question's going to be, and I think you touched on it about partnerships, and Miguel also mentioned the various initiatives that are taking place that are with the community as partnerships. So if you could just confirm as well, when we talked about, when you mentioned, and anyone can answer this, or many of you, of the continued partnerships and leveraging really, if this funding is approved, obviously, of how those partnerships and within that sector and the community members could also be part of this expansion with this funding in better resourcing our communities with our community, not exclusive of, not to have one without the other, but leveraging this extra funding as well in partnership with leveraging other resources, whether they're monetary or fiscal, in moving us forward and expanding on initiatives such as, like I said, I'll refer back to Miguel again, on various initiatives that are partners with the police, and that every single one of us, and deputants also mentioned that the police are not solely responsible, and some obviously mentioned that do not support or aren't as effective in the safety of our city, but how can we all be, every single one of us has a responsibility for the safety of our communities and ourselves as a whole. So if you can just speak a little bit more to it, any one of you or all of you, to the partnerships, any form of strategically, maybe the chief as well, in moving forward in these collaborations, and I like to use partnership because a collaboration is different from a partnership, in the safety of our community and where our bang for our buck will get us, and how we can leverage that and this type of funding increase to also access other funding increases within which is my sector, social service sectors, and especially the grassroots organizations, so we could address the homelessness, the affordable housing, food security, et cetera, Semitism, and so on, and racism. So if it's loaded, but if we could all take that, because I know Staff Super mentioned about the community not assisting sometimes, but I think maybe clarification on the fear that people have in order to assist the police in the community safety, not being seen as snitches, et cetera, and how that partnership could work with our communities in building that capacity, but also so everyone could be resourced for maybe different areas, but using this as a leverage to move forward so that we could increase our capacity and community safety where it's with our community.
I'm going to maybe ask Staff Super Marrera and then Superintendent Papazowski.
That's a very broad question, and I think I understand where you're getting at. So we heard from Pauline Larson from Young BIA and discussing the partnership that happened there with the community engagement team. And so we created a partnership with, a BIA that had access to funding that didn't cost the city anything. And so we were able to partner and be a good conduit there. And those were the strategic investments that we've made. And certainly this budget calls for more neighborhood officers, and it is the neighborhood officers that we took everything else off their plate so they could focus on that kind of partnership with a great deal of success. And something that's been now copied right across Toronto, certainly with the other BIAs, and in fact being taken out west in Western Canada as well. That's now a model for how to deliver police-private partnerships. And so that's a very good news story for us, and really it indicates how we have to progress and move in the future. When we talk about those partnerships, the chief touched upon our community police liaison, our neighborhood officers, and Miguel will attest to this. I was on the Regent Park Neighborhood Association as well when I was the new commander there. And so we work and form those relationships so that people know us as opposed to know the police. And so it's the humanization of that interaction that creates the comfort for people to report crime to us. Not just crime when it happens, but those precursors to crime, that we know that we have an ability to intercede and be a conduit by which other services can come into play to create a safer community. It's the holistic view of it. And so we are engaging in that type of policing on a day-to-day level here. And my colleague here spoke about the 3 different types of cops. And so when we're talking about emergency response, those officers aren't really engaged in that because we just don't create the capacity for them to have the kind of time to do all those things. They often pass along information, but to the end user, that may feel, to the community member, that may really feel disconnected in terms of the coordination of service delivery. And so we're looking to be much more thoughtful about it. And this investment will give the officers on the road, even in the emergency response, a little bit, or the ability to engage a little bit longer with people and form that relationship and deliver, a better product at the end of the day. And so we look at partnerships right across the service. There's no community that's a monolith. There's many different communities, even within one, cultural group, for instance. And we know that the needs are very, very different when it comes to those groups. And so we are looking to understand communities and invest the kind of times. And this is what really, in our budget ask here, it really lends itself to that type of policing and that type of engagement with our community. And we're hoping that that gives the community a better sense of ownership and partnership and collaboration as well, because they are different things.
I think just to add to that too, much like what you said and what Staff Superintendent Moreira said, is community safety is a shared responsibility, and it's shared not only between us and our communities, our government agencies, public health, and our partners. And he talked about some of the informal partnerships that we have, but we also have formal partnerships, certainly with Crime Stoppers. Every single person has the opportunity to contact Crime Stoppers and give information that we could follow up on for the safety of their own communities. Certainly with our focus partnerships that we talked about, that's a real holistic kind of approach. And it's an upstream approach. We bring those situations of elevated risk to the table, and there's a multi-sectoral response. So we have education, housing, mental health, all of those different sectors help in dealing with the crime and disorder issues that we have in the city. So certainly there's many other partnerships that we have and collaborate. When you also asked about how can one be engaged with this new budget, certainly they can engage with their local officers, with their NCO officers, to identify the issues that are in their specific communities and help problem solve together and reach out to those community partnerships. There's many organizations that are willing to help and want to help, and especially on those social determinants of health. We have to work together to address them.
I think that was the important piece when you talked about the NCOs, and for the public to be aware of what they can and cannot approach, because people, the trust, when we talk about the trust, there's other avenues outside of even this public forum meeting for the community to engage and communicate with our officers to convey concerns or ask questions or offer their services or their expertise within their, you're right, it's a difference. There's a community and there's neighborhoods. So it varies from even across the street for people. So I think that's probably a very important point to make so that the public is aware of that.
Can I just add a little more to this discussion, if I may? And it's to highlight, of course, we have the focus tables, and we'll continue to not only participate but expand as we possibly can. We know the value of that type of collaboration where there's acute elevated risk in our communities. We know that the Toronto Police, evidence-based, is a significant contributor to the success of the focus tables and what the outcomes are of that work as a collaborative group of hundreds of dozens of agencies that work across the city. Race-based data, of course, has an advisory group, which is another form of continued engagement, partnership, and collaboration. We have worked very hard to bring the community perspective into our training at the college. Which we'll continue to do. We've been doing that for some time and really reinvigorated that in 2022, and we'll continue to do that going forward. And I think the other part I'd mentioned, of course, is touched on. We are in this budget asking for an investment so we can expand our neighborhood community officer program. But I also want to take us back to December 19th and what I spoke of in the change of command that I believe will inform, that will inform our steps forward, which is a reframing of crime management to be about community safety and well-being. And to be that, we need to continue the partnerships that you have asked about. We are presently engaged in over 28 different priority neighborhoods in our city, where we work as a multi-sectoral group to address the most pressing community safety concerns around gun and gang violence in neighborhoods across the city. It's that type of partnership that we need to evolve and continue to grow, that this investment will help us get better capacity for. And that is directly in relation to supporting and enhancing our ability to embrace and implement SafetyO, Toronto's, of course, community safety well-being plan for the next 10 years. So I think there's a raft of other partnerships and collaborative investments that are going on that this budget investment will give us greater capacity for.
Thank you. Councillor?
I'll be short and brief. So just to clarify, as far as in this budget and why there were concerns on the increase here in the budget. So the Auditor General recommendations, we approved those recommendations, we did discuss it, that you would have to, they recommended that you increase the budget and put in more resources, right? So you're abiding by the auditor. And then Justice Epstein, the missing persons, where there were a number of recommendations that was adopted by this board and the public, which meant that we had to add additional resources into the budget. Am I correct?
Yes, you are, Councillor.
Okay, so that's part of the increase of the budget. Now, we flatlined the budget. I forget what year was it that we flatlined the budget?
We flatlined it 3 times in the last 6 years.
Okay, 3 times. So since then, so we flatlined the budgets. Since then, what is the count on the number of retirements that you've had?
We average on the sworn side about 200 a year. That upped a little bit because of some probably pent-up demand. This year was 280.
Okay, so we have to fill those positions because we have retirements. If somebody retires, you have to hire to. So that's the reason as well that we're increasing the budget and we're increasing the number of police officers. I think that has to be made very clear because I think some of these deputants today did not understand that because you're just filling in positions, just as we do with the city. So we're adding money into the budget at the city because of retirement, because we have to fill positions and, so just to make that clear. Now with the chief, you did mention, you're working, the police is working with different agencies, which we are in the CPLC, with various and you're working with the city because there's a lot of organizations out there that the city is funding that the police as well is in partnership with, right? So what would you say, and I know that you've attended a number of community meetings and the former chief, what is the increase in community requests that's coming forward to the various divisions on wanting more police officers in the BIAs in their communities because they feel unsafe, because there's a shooting? As a matter of fact, that drive-by shooting that happened last week was outside my balcony. So there's a lot of those shootings. So what would you say the increase?
Councillor, it's the community feedback and perspective has been very succinct in the rooms I've been in, that there is a desire to have a greater police presence and greater ability for us to respond when the community calls.
You're getting a lot more requests from BIAs, residents association.
I can tell you, I've personally heard from Business Improvement Association about concerns around safety in the downtown core specifically, and the need for more police presence to help residents and people frequenting and doing business in those areas feel safer.
Yeah, and the northwest area of the city, which is my area, we cover the Falstaff, the Jane and Finch area, and those areas where residents in Toronto housing is demanding that we have more police officers out because of the number of gun violence. When you have a 12-year-old girl shot in the playground on a drive-by shooting, they want to see more police officers, correct?
That is correct, and there's you hear that often from communities, and particularly around the neighborhood community officer
Right.
program, and the need for continued expansion, which we're investing in.
I need more neighborhood officers in my ward. Thank you. For my question.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Crescenti.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the budget presentation. I'm going to echo the same request that Councillor Nunziata had. I also need more community officers in my area. So I represent Etobicoke North Ward 1, and for those who know my area, I'm very grassroots. I work with the community very, very closely. And there isn't a day that doesn't go by that people ask me, we need more police presence. They want it. There's no question about it. There's no debate. They want to see police also in schools, but that's another topic. Okay, but right now they want more police presence in the neighborhood community officer program. They want to see it improved. Back in 2010, I remember we had a pretty robust community officer, neighborhood community officer program. You know what happened after that? It began to deteriorate. Like it just started to fade away. Then when I look at your report, and I can't help but think there must be some kind of correlation here, that from 2015 to 2019, all major crimes have increased, with the most notable increase seen in auto theft. And then in 2022, based on data available, it said that that all of the major crimes have increased as well. So crimes continue to increase, and they become more brazen. So people are not safe in my community, and Councillor Nunziata's community, I'm sure, and other communities across the city, because it used to be that crime happened in the guise of the, in the darkness or other times of the day and so on. But now it could be anytime, anywhere, any place. For no rhyme or reason, it just happens. So people are not safe. So I'm also advocating for, more direction towards the neighborhood community officer program. I noted also in the budget that there's 16 new neighborhood community officers that will be deployed out of 200. So I want a clarification on that. Is it just 16? What is and what would the plan look like going forward with the NCO program?
It's 16 in addition to the neighborhood officers that are already there in 52 neighborhoods. And that's the deployment schedule is to first focus on the priority response area, meet what is legislatively required in the major investigations area, followed by an investment in neighborhood community officers. And that's up to 4 neighborhoods as the plan, and we'll have to kind of see how separations and hiring goes.
So how many officers do we currently have in that program today?
206.
206 across the city.
52 neighborhoods.
And so could I ask if there's some discussion that maybe, and I understand we've got to prioritize in priority areas first and then move on from there. So to get to a point where we could be more proactive, and that could be maybe years down the road. I mean, if it's up to me, and I will be speaking to Mayor Tory about this too in future budgets, I think we need to continue to invest in growing the neighborhood officer program. And if that means hiring that many more officers to make that happen, then so be it. We'll have that discussion. But do you see a time in the foreseeable future that we can begin the more proactive NCO program? And like the BIAs, people in the BIAs mentioned, they need it there. They want that police presence.
Mr. Crescenti, you raise a very important point, and that is, first of all, the investment we are tabling today is part of a multi-year plan to continue to reform, modernize, and make sure that we're responsive to the needs of the demands of this city and what the residents expect. And you are very succinctly articulating what those demands are. The investment today is to help us deliver on core service delivery, which is frontline policing, 22 people for major case management. That is part of our reform as per Justice Epstein's report, and of course 16 neighborhood community officers. This is why I very specifically indicated it's a multi-year plan, because this will take time. The capacity for us to hire and deploy officers is something we have to be mindful of. The officers are required provincial standardized training. It's a 6-month turnaround to put a police officer on the road. And then there's, of course, a probationary period. So we have to be strategic and longer term thinking than 1 year to the next. Why I use the term multi-year plan, why you've heard the presenters talk in terms of multi-year, is because this will take time for us to build capacity so that we can better be responsive to the needs of the communities, as you so succinctly put today.
Okay, well, that's it. I want to clarify. One more quick thing, if I could. I know we're getting late in the day. The 90 general special constables that are hired, is that in addition to a current number? What's the current number there? What would that bring the total to on special constables?
It is in addition to what we already have. I'll just, if you just give me a minute, I'll let you know what our current
Sylvia and I can help with that question if you like. After adding those district special constables, by year end, we should be at about 768. But that includes all of our court officers, our bookers, and our district special constables that are on the front line.
All right.
It's a flexible program.
No, excellent, because that makes a lot of sense as well. Anyway, thank you very much. Those are my questions. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, I would just like to, I have 2 questions, and I think just to sort of speak to a bit of what we heard today. Our first question speaks to, on one end, you hear this sort of the passion and concern from community regarding policing and the I would say the increase of policing within certain communities. I'm assuming that speaks to their lived experiences and the challenges that they've faced within the context of their interaction with police. So I guess within the context of this this request, I'm wondering around sort of the accountability side of how that's going to be addressed with some of the officer's conduct within the context of the service. And then on the other side of that, where we also heard a lot from community around the neighborhood officers and the success of that, of those initiatives, and with the addition of 60 new officers. And I'm wondering if there's any opportunity to, when we also speak to the SafeTO initiative and what we're trying to do in terms of with the different entities, if there's an opportunity to involve or embed some of the requests around the neighborhood officers within the context of SafeTO, as given the opportunity to have that sort of frontline understanding of what's successful as we're trying to. So it's sort of like 2 ends of the discussion that I heard today. So I'm not sure if that's from the superintendents or from the chief or.
So I'll take a stab at that. I think what Chair, what I'll say is what you're talking about is why we need to continue to accelerate reform and why we need to continue to be mindful of community trust and confidence and focusing on safer communities, which is why, quite frankly, I named those 3 priorities as part of the change of command where you heard on December 19th. But this goes to the heart of the matter, which is the idea around co-designing, co-developing, co-delivering public safety. And this is not just a philosophical discussion. It needs to be a practical discussion where we change our business processes as it relates to crime management at the local level in every station. Being mindful that every station has a commander who is responsive to the needs of the communities they serve. And those commanders will be evolving an approach to crime traffic order management that is focused on community safety and well-being, so that not only is it a neighborhood community officer perspective and philosophy and approach, but it is a whole of service perspective, philosophy and approach. That includes our frontline priority response officers, that includes our gun and gang investigators, that includes our most specialized homicide investigators. So I answer your question by simply indicating that this is a whole of service approach, and where capacity allows us to be more specialized, like neighborhood community officers, of course, we embrace those. Where opportunities exist for greater collaboration, and advancement with our partners, we embrace those. And as we gain capacity to be more nimble and flexible in our operational response through core service delivery enhancement, that gives us more bandwidth in those areas. But it is not just about neighborhood community officers. It is about a whole of service approach to precisely what you're talking about, which is focusing on public trust, focusing on professionalization, and ensuring community safety.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Any other questions? Okay, so I think we'd like to just put forward a motion to, sorry. Okay, sorry. So you have an opportunity to speak. So, okay, the first up, okay.
Okay, I'll just speak briefly. I'll move the recommendation that we have before us, okay, from the police services. And just briefly, and I mentioned during asking the questions, a lot of the increase that we do have in this budget is as I mentioned, the Auditor General, Justice Epstein's, and as well as the retirement. But as well, and Councillor Crescenti, you mentioned it, and I don't know if Councillor Cheng has met with her CPLC lately, but I know that they're very involved and engaged with the Toronto Police Service. They meet monthly and they meet with the community, and so they're very involved. But what they're asking for as well, especially the BIAs, for more police presence in the BIA boundaries, and you heard the deputants make that today. Some of the deputants mentioned that putting more policing on the street, you're attacking the most vulnerable communities, but the most vulnerable communities in my ward are asking for more police presence. They don't feel safe. They want more police officers in their ward, so in their community. And I've had a number of gun violence in my ward. As I mentioned, I just had a drive-by last week, was just outside my balcony. And from residents groups, from BIAs, they want more neighborhood officers, and they're very, very happy and pleased with the neighborhood officers that we do have in their area. Not only are they there, but they're also engaged with the businesses. They speak to the community. They're even giving their cell numbers to their community members, that if you have a question, just call me anytime. So it's that partnership and that friendship, actually, and it's really, really made a difference. And we need a lot more of them. A lot of my community groups are asking them, they want one in their community, so we really need to expand that program. But I do support the budget, I think as far as these groups that want us to defund the police, not only defund, abolish the police, God help us, but I don't think they know what the real world is out there. Thank you.
Members Kazakis.
I think it's just if we can reiterate, and it's important for our community and our city and everyone out there who's listening to know, is that this request, to me anyway, looks like more for increasing our capacity to serve our communities and our city as opposed to enforcement. So I think that's really important to look at, and the extensive presentation on the areas and the reasons and where the budgeting will be allocated to. That it is about service and collaborations and partnerships and building capacity and safety and trust with our community, not just for our community, with our communities, rather than the enforcement piece.
Councillor Cheng, go ahead.
I survived my first Toronto budget meeting. I want to first thank all the deputants. I think that everyone made time out of their day, shared from experienced pain, and brought a lot to the table. And so I recognize them and I thank them for their contribution, and to put their lived experiences on the table for everyone takes a lot of courage and commitment. So thank you to all the deputants. I also want to thank the police service. When there's something dangerous happening, you run to the danger. This is what most of us, we do the opposite. So that undergirds our entire society, that we can feel safe to walk outside with our children and function. And I have to say, I was very impressed with our police when it came to the convoy situation. We did not see the same thing that happened in other places in our country, and that is to the credit of our police service, that they had a very good plan to preempt something from multiplying. So that I think you don't get enough credit, and it's very hard because there's this careful balance between, there's definitely areas that really do need to be addressed and improved. So we hold those and we want to improve that, but we should also definitely give praise and recognition where they are doing a good job. So thank you for all the effort and thoughtfulness to this. And I sit as somebody who's spent the last few years, I started a food bank working with people who live in poverty, and I know it's underfunded. And it's kind of this hard discussion if we're trying to say that we're all competing for this limited piece of pie, when really, we do need to advocate that there is a greater investment overall from different levels of government, not just municipal, but also provincial and federal. We need to see the people who are living in poverty falling through the cracks, and really between the shelter system and the police, that's where everyone who's falling through the cracks is falling into. The police are responding because people have fallen through the cracks. Similarly, shelters encounter people and house people when they've fallen through the cracks. So we as a government and through all levels, we need to commit to sealing up those cracks and strengthening those services. And these two should not be competing interests. So I do support the need for us to have faster response times. This is something we all need to stand on, that when I am in a panic, when my life feels threatened, that I know that I can call the police and they will show up. So, and this is a very basic request that I think a lot of people, my constituents, the BIA, local business owners, and families, they want this. But let us respond, but always holding in that tension the groups that have been marginalized and have been hurt by our police services. And so we continue on a journey together in honest conversation, and we will fight for both strong policing, supportive, responsive policing, but also strong supports for those who are least supported in our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ching. Councillor Crescenti, go ahead.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chair. I tried to get your attention earlier. I just want to just add to everything that's been said. This is I support this budget. It's a good budget. It's a responsible budget. I just want to maybe respond to a couple of things that we heard this morning over the deputations, that, there needs to be more community investment, more investment in social developments and in community investment directly. Well, we're already doing that. Over the last 7 or 8 years, we've had a 170% increase in community type of investments. Excuse me. And we continue to focus on that. We know that when it comes to having a safe city, it's not just about policing, it's about doing a whole bunch of other things. And we're doing those things. And I want everyone out there to know that we're doing those things. We recognize that those things are very, very, very important. I know that up in my area, we're blessed to have one of the largest community hubs in the city of Toronto. We have a number of community centers. We have libraries. We have food banks. We have everything that every member of our community needs to be able to so we can give them the attention that they need. So we have all those things, and we're continuing to invest in those things. But those very same people living in those communities continue to tell me they want the police presence. They want better and more, not better, more community police officers in their communities. They want to work with the police, and they want the police to be part of their lives. And so we need to continue to support that concept. And certainly long-term, I would love to see every neighborhood in the city having a complement of officers doing community-based work. I grew up in that environment, and way back in the day, everybody knew who Officer Bob was when I was 11, 12 years old, and we respected those officers, and those officers knew us. And so that's a critical part of, I think, having a safe city, and even with all the investment in social services and so on, like I said earlier, I can't help but believe there's a correlation between the increase in crime and the decrease of 600 officers on the streets. So we've got to start building up our complement. And we just let it go for too long, and we have to begin that investment, and we're doing that today. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? I think it's been loud and clear. It's not an either or. I think it's really an and I think that's really the reality where we need to move towards. So thanks, everyone. Okay, so I'd like to forward a motion, someone's motion to receive and approve the presentations and deputations.
Recording vote, please.
No, I already moved the recommendation. Yeah, first presentation. Oh, yeah.
Correct. So motion to receive. Ms. Kasakis, seconder. All in favor? Okay.
Motion's not on the vote. It's not on the plate.
Verbal. Yes. Thank you. Item 2.2. So a motion to approve the Toronto Police Services operating budget for 2023.
And Mr. Chair, we will do each budget separately by way of recorded vote. And Vice Chair Nunziata moved this item.
Okay.
So we've got a mover.
Seconder. All in favor? Excellent, thank you.
Hold on a second. Recorded vote. Right, Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll call each name, and then we'll ask for your vote. Vice Chair Nunziata?
In favor.
Councillor Cheng? Councillor Crisanti?
In favor.
Member Morgan?
In favor.
Member Kasakis?
In favor.
Chair Morgan?
In favor.
You want to call it?
Item 2.3, the Toronto Police Service 2023-2032 Capital Program Request.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Mover.
Mover?
Yeah.
Sorry, mover.
Thank you.
Seconder. In favor. Recorded vote.
Vice Chair
Vice
Nunziata?
Chair.
In favor.
Councillor Cheng? Councillor Crisanti?
In favor.
Member Morgan?
In favor.
Member Kostakis?
In favor.
Chair Morgan?
In favor.
Item 2.4, the Toronto Police Services Parking Enforcement Unit 2023 Operating Budget Request.
So I moved, so we need a
Seconder.
second.
All in favor?
I'm in favor.
Vice Chair Nunziata?
In favor.
Councillor Cheng?
I'm in favor.
Borrow a mic, maybe.
Looks like the...
Oh, I think your power is out.
Okay, I'm in favor of the parking budget.
Sorry, 1 second.
3 mics.
Oh, I see.
What's that?
I can hear you.
Now-
I'm going
now
to
you
put in
can
the
try.
minutes, so it's okay.
Okay.
It's okay. One at a time. Vice Chair Nunziata, please.
In favor.
Councillor Cheng?
In favor.
Councillor Crisanti?
In favor.
Member Morgan?
In favor.
Member Kostakis?
In favor.
Chair Morgan?
In favor.
I'm told only 3 mics can be on at once. More capacity issues.
Thank you. Item 2.5, it's for receipt of the Toronto Police Services Board Budget Request Presentation. It's just for receipt. So
The presentation.
yeah, we just need a motion to receive.
I motion to receive.
Thank you. And the last item at 2.6, the Toronto Police Services Board 2023 operating budget request. It's a motion to
Seconder? Yep. And Morgan? All in favor?
Hold on, we'll record this because it's the actual budget.
Yep.
I'll go around. We'll just need your
In
mic off.
favor.
That was Vice Chair Nunziata, Councillor Cheng,
In favor.
Councillor Crisanti,
In favor?
Member Morgan,
In favor.
Member Kostakis,
In favor.
and Chair Morgan.
In favor.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, of the 4 budgets, all have passed unanimously, and that concludes the business of this meeting, sir.
Can I have a motion to adjourn? Seconder, Santi, all in favor? Thank you very much. Our next public meeting will be on the 26th of January. Thank you very much, everyone. Good evening.